Hello, everyone. This is not a story for the faint of heart. Today, we will be stepping into the darkness of the most gruesome cases, where evil not only exists, but also leaves bloody and haunting traces. This is Real Gruesome Murder Cases, a series of true stories about murders that made the whole world shudder. If you are ready to face the cold truth and the gruesome corners of humanity, come with me to delve deeper into each case. Speed, fate, high buck. Thanks for taking part in the recent Speed Fate speed dating event and submitting your feedback. We hope you enjoyed the evening. Please find below a copy of the comments you left for each of your dates. You will receive feedback submitted about you in a separate mail. Should any of those you said yes to also say yes to you, we will forward each of you a copy of your contact information so you can get in touch. The very best of luck, and thanks for choosing Speed Fate. The Speed Fate team. Buck Tucker dated the following people: 18th July 2023, and left the following feedback. Mandy Rogers, age 37, self-help guru. You said, fun person. Quick smile, bubbly. The conversation flowed from the get-go. Love the curls. She had so much to say, and was passionate about her interests, even if they were a bit airy-fairy. If there's one thing I respect, it's passion about your subject of choice. Refreshing to meet someone as firm a believer in destiny as Mandy is. Could talk to her for hours about sliding doors and parallel universes. Would love to delve deeper into her thoughts on escapable fate. Great date. Would you like to meet Mandy again? Yes. Evelyn Pierce, age 35. School teacher. You said, Evelyn is a dark horse. Shy to start, but relaxed as the date went on. I was nervous too, because she's very smart. I felt dumb by comparison. Very impressed by her career. She seems to be a great teacher, very professional. I get the impression she could be successful at anything she turns her hand to, even partnering with me. She has the voice of authority. It just needs to be strengthened. She could broaden my horizons on intellectual topics, and I could teach her about life outside the classroom. Definitely see potential here. Would you like to meet Evelyn again? Yes. Katerina Cruz, age 38, physical therapist. You said. Not much to say about Katerina, except wow. I didn't know drop dead gorgeous was an actual thing, but as soon as I left her table, I felt part of me die, or at least abandon ship so it could stay behind. Her eyes really drew me in. Could get lost in them for hours. Not to mention everything else. Her English isn't great, but that didn't matter. Her body language did the talking. Can tell she doesn't take shit from anyone. And with those muscles, you wouldn't want to forget her birthday. Bit intimidating, but that's a turn on. So it's a yes from me. Would you like to meet Katerina again? Yes. Ashley Davenport, age 41, office admin. You said, Ashley is a bit mousy. Not my type physically, but has an air of mystery about her, which is attractive. Not sure why she was at the event. She was an ice queen, and I had to work hard to make conversation. Wasn't very successful. Didn't find out much about her, other than that she has cats and works in admin. I'm not a cat person, but I have a dog who hates cats, so he would probably chase them off if we got together. Pretty sure she just had her walls up. I have a feeling I could get her to loosen up. I am 100% sure it would be worth it. It would be nice to see her show some emotion. Challenge accepted. Would you like to meet Ashley again? Yes. To Buck Tucker from Speed Fate Team. Date 19th July 2023, 16:31. Subject: Your speed. Fate. Feedback. Hi Buck. Thanks again for attending the recent Speed Fate speed dating event. We have now compiled the feedback we received from the people you met and have included it below. You will receive the contact information for anyone who said yes, that you said yes to, also in a separate mail. The best of luck, and thanks for choosing Speed Fate. The Speed Fate team. Mandy Rogers, age 37, yoga teacher. They said, Buck was a pleasure to talk with. Very open-minded, and I didn't get the impression he was humoring me when I was rattling on about chakras and meditation. He seemed to be genuinely fascinated. Was interesting hearing his views on the afterlife and reincarnation. He carries a lot of nomadic energy and seems to be as much of a free spirit as I am, even if yoga and mindfulness aren't his thing. Would definitely like to bounce more ideas off him. I promised him a tarot reading if we meet again, so here's hoping. Would they like to meet you again? They said, yes. Evelyn Pierce, age 35, school teacher. They said, Buck is great. He's a lot more adventurous than me, very extrovert, which is exciting. I need someone like that to get me out of my comfort zone. Raising 2 teenagers as a full-time single dad is not an easy task, so I take my hat off to him. Also impressed by his role as a part-time scout leader, setting time aside to take kids camping and teach them about the great outdoors. That's inspirational. Would definitely be interested in getting to know him better. Always a sucker for a good dad. Would they like to meet you again? They said, yes. Katerina Cruz, age 38, physical therapist. They said, Buck is interesting, man. Similar interest in keep fit, training for marathon. Now, I think he has a lot of work to do, but is good. He has goal to work for. Perhaps he needs some help training. Little out of shape. But I don't have heart to say. Cute smile, kind eyes, love-bearded man. Also interested in his musical career. Must be nice to date with guitarist of upcoming rock band. I think I should like to see this. Would they like to meet you again? They said, yes. Ashley Davenport, age 41, office admin. They said, God loves a trier. I gave him nothing, but he kept on trucking. Bonus points for that. If I was him, I would have given up in the first minute, like everyone else. 5 must have been torture. Really hate this shit. Only did it 'cause my friend signed me up, and I never would have heard the end of it. Whatever. Promise I'll make more of an effort next time. Not that he's going to want to meet me again. He'd probably sooner throw himself under a bus. Would they like to meet you again? They said, yes, 2. Buck Tucker from Fate. Team. Date. 20th July, 2023, 11:30. Subject, your speed. Fate. Contacts. Hi, Buck. Please find attached contact information for your matches from the speed date event you attended on July 16th, 2023. We hope you had an enjoyable experience and have our fingers crossed. One of your matches will be the one. We've had a number of success stories to date, some leading to marriage, and are always interested in hearing how things go. The best of luck, and thanks for choosing Speed Fate, the Speed Fate team. Dressed in his least shabby suit, well-worn blue check shirt, newly bought navy tie, and doused in the least repulsive knockoff Hugo Boss aftershave he could find. Tucker drew a well-practiced smile onto his goatee-framed jaw and slid into the seat opposite his date, the redhead in the white dress, whose hair was tied back in a hastily knotted ponytail and whose name was displayed on the sticker attached to her chest. Evelyn, he announced, clasping his hands together and placing his elbows on the table. So good to see you. I was delighted to hear you wanted to meet me again. I felt we had a good connection, even though we only talked for 5 minutes. How have you been? How are those school kids? Hope they've been listening to teacher across the white-clothed tabletop, past the bottle of champagne chilling in a stainless steel cooler. 2 sparkling champagne flutes, and the candle protruding from a chrome holder. Evelyn met Tucker's gaze and swallowed the lump of saliva that had stuck in her throat. He hadn't thought it possible for her to be more nervous than she'd been at the speed date, especially since they knew each other now. But there she was, eyes darting about, glancing at the people either side of them, beads of sweat visible on her brow. It was going to be harder than he thought to get her to loosen up, he realized. But that didn't matter. In a way, he found her nervousness endearing. They're fine, she said, her voice coming out a whisper, forcing her to clear her throat. They're good. They don't give me trouble. I never have to reprimand anyone. Really? There's not a single troublemaker in the bunch? What age did you say they were? Tucker reached forward abruptly, suit sleeve riding up his arm, and closed his hand around the neck of the champagne bottle. causing Evelyn to jump, eyes darting to his unclean fingers. 14, she said, returning her eyes to his as he took the bottle from the cooler and started undoing the wire holding its cork in place. And 15. No, honestly, nothing like that. I've never had to punish anyone, if that's what you mean. I see, Tucker said, narrowing his eyes as if to peer into her mind. Bit boring, isn't it? All that authority, and there's not a single obnoxious teenager for you to use it on? I find that hard to believe. As a former teenager in a school full of stuck-up bitches and bullying brats, I find that extremely hard to believe. But hey, if that's what you're saying, pop! The cork shot from the bottle with explosive energy, making the nervous teacher jump again. I'll take your word for it. How about your colleagues? They all super nice, too? Come on, you can be honest. Bet there's a couple of real shits, right? Get off on tormenting the kids? Probably a few pervs, too. Pedo bastards? I know there were at my school. Oh, I know. Can think of at least 3 motherfuckers who deserved to have their dicks cut off, sitting forward, extending his arm, pouring bubbly liquid into his date's glass. He glared as she shook her head softly, almost imperceptibly, and sucked in her lips. He snorted, smiled, a shake of the head as he finished pouring, and moved the bottle to his own glass. You don't have to be so nervous, Evelyn. It's just me and you. You can tell me anything. I'm very open-minded, a man of the world. I know the way things work. I'm familiar with what goes on behind closed doors. In response to his comment about it being just him and her eyes had flicked to the left and right again, almost as if to remind herself there were people around them, though it shouldn't have been necessary, considering how boisterous they were. Don't worry about them, Tucker said, depositing the champagne bottle back into the cooler with a clatter and crunch. What we talk about is none of their business, and vice versa. Let's just focus on getting to know each other. He lifted his glass, took a sip, let the bubbles pop in his mouth and tickle his throat. Effervescent. Evelyn watched him return the glass to the table with dampening eyes and quivering lip, bubbles spinning in the amber liquid in the untouched glass before her. So you're not a mean teacher, and you have no asshole students, and everyone you work with is lovely. Okay, I get it. They've conditioned you well. Turning a blind eye is second nature. That's okay. That can be fixed. You just have to open your eyes, see things for what they are. Identify the evil in people. Acknowledge it. Accept that it's there to be destroyed. And do you know the best way to do that? He crossed his arms, lifted an eyebrow, cocked his head. And no, she said, the first tear escaping an eye and running down a scratched, grime-covered cheek. I don't. Buck, you know, I think you got the wrong impression of me. I'm not a bad person. I treat people well. I don't. I'm not. The best way to do that. He cut her off, craning his head closer to hers, his nose almost touching the trembling candle flame, is to find it in yourself and expose it. Draw it out into the light. Like a putrid, rotting vampire, set it free and watch the havoc it wreaks. Once you know what your own darkness is capable of, you'll be able to recognize it in others. And then you'll be able to do something about it. Like me. It's simple, really. So come on, let's go on a journey of self-discovery. Aren't you drinking? Please, Buck. I don't think I'm what you're looking for. I think we should... Have you ever cheated on someone, Evelyn? Deliberately or accidentally, thinking it was okay because, it wasn't that serious and they weren't invested. No, I never. Have you ever lied to someone to let them down gently, or just because you wanted some attention, to be wined and dined, treated like a princess, to pass the time? Buck, I want to stop, please. Have you ever hit anyone? A sibling? A child? Have you ever lost your cool and lashed out blindly with a hand or a foot? Hurt someone out of anger or desire? Please, so you don't use your authority to punish students. How about something else? Have you seduced one? All those virile young teenagers staring you up and down. Have you ever taken advantage of it? Tasted forbidden fruit? Or maybe not them, maybe one of their parents, maybe a bit of home-wrecking sates an urge. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know what kind of person you think I am, but I'm not. Have you ever thought about killing someone, Evelyn? Pulling a cord tight around their neck and watching them choke, sticking a knife in their guts and twisting it, enjoying the warmth of the warm, sticky blood that... Jesus, God, somebody help me, please, somebody help me. She screamed, she stomped, she shook, she howled and yelled and roared. Teardrops flew from her eyes, but nobody helped. Oh, Evelyn, said Tucker, after allowing her a moment. I had a good feeling about you. I thought if I could get you to see the light and come around to my way of thinking, we'd have fun expelling assholes from the world. But it's not going to happen, is it? She continued to scream, wrenching and twisting in the chair she was tied to. So he shrugged and took hold of the candle, slid it from its holder, revealed the blade that protruded from its base. The teacher's eyes went wide, and her voice cracked as he angled it towards her throat, leaned further forward, and swiped left. A second mouth fell open in the smooth, pale skin of her throat, and she gasped, gurgled, thrashing more urgently as a spine-chilling groan crept from her soul. Tucker sat back and watched. No glee showed on his face. No excitement. He watched blankly. The knife held loose, the thin layer of blood on its blade, sprinkling scarlet splashes on the tablecloth. If there was an air about him at all, as his second hope for a partner fizzled out. It was one of disappointment. He really would have liked her as a soulmate. After a minute, when Evelyn stopped twitching, he checked to ensure his shirt and jacket hadn't been soiled, then slid the candle knife back into its holder, licked his forefinger, extinguished the candle's flame, pushed his chair back, and got up. He took a napkin from the table, dabbed at his mouth as he stepped back, watching his scuffed loafers, careful not to step into the blood that had pooled beneath the chair behind him, the blood that had oozed from boring, not mysterious Ashley. To his left, bound and gagged, Katerina lunged her upper body towards him, impressive arm muscles bulging through the gossamer thin material of the dress he'd clad her in, brown eyes glowering with hate, teeth gnashing behind the black rubber strap that subdued her mouth. The chair was bolted to the floor. Her feet were chained to the chair. Her movement was restricted. He wasn't ready for her yet. A fist to the face, she slumped, head lolling loosely over her chest, to the right of the teacher. In the center of a long, abandoned warehouse, another dressed table, another pair of chairs, and terrified captive, a puddle of urine, not blood. On the floor around her feet, Tucker fished a lighter from his pocket as he stepped around the corpse of bleeding Evelyn, lit the wick of the candle dagger protruding from chrome scabbard. Lighter, back in pocket, he took hold of the rubber gag around the girl's head, pulled it off, relishing the snap as it came loose. "Please," she said, all wild, rabbit eyes and mascara-smeared face. "Don't hurt me. I'll do anything. I promise. Anything." He drew a well-practiced smile onto his goatee-framed jaw and slid into the seat opposite his date, the blonde in the ivory-white dress, whose curls hung loose around her face, and whose name was displayed on a sticker. "Mandy," he announced, spreading his hands to greet her and bowing theatrically. "So good to see you. I was delighted to hear you wanted to meet me again. I believe you had some thoughts on escapable fate. The Adventures of Jack and Celine. Content warning. Bugs, fire, darkness." Not for the first time in his life, Jack's Sunday afternoon was saved by vintage pornography. There was a magazine in the dusty antique store, full of printed reproductions of saucy sepia scandals, and he flipped through with a schoolyard grin. "Oh my God," said Lisa. "Don't look at that, you jerk. Hey, you dragged me out to this dump, so don't complain. And I ain't jerking anything. Yet." Lisa rolled her eyes and made that "don't be gross" groan. Or maybe it was the "don't embarrass me in public" one. Whatever. I'm going to go look at armoires and pretend like we're not engaged. Love you too. Jack flipped through a few more magazines, and it struck him how natural everyone looked. No airbrushing, no Photoshop, not like it even existed back then. Their bodies simply were as they were, adequate. Did society just have much healthier ideas of body image back then? It occurred to him there could be real historical merit in formally studying this. And then he wondered how he might go about getting a grant, especially considering he wasn't a historian or any kind of researcher. Oh my God, what am I doing? He set the magazines down before he ruined porn forever. Still, if he had found this, then maybe this antique shop of Lisa's wasn't a total waste of time. He decided to take a stroll down the creaking aisles and see what else he could find. Most of it was kitsch, but when he spotted the toys and games section, his eyes widened. And then Jack spotted her, Celine the centipede, a segmented orange plush about a foot long, slumped on a shelf. Her fur was patchy, and her one remaining lacquered eye scuffed. But it was unmistakably Celine. Faded memories stirred in his mind. Long forgotten thoughts stretched. A buried history awoke. He recalled a giant bonfire with all his family there. Other people too. Maybe it was a holiday? Little 8-year-old Jack, swaying in the welcoming glow of the flames as they kept the night's chill away, belting out Camptown races and then collapsing into a fit of giggles. And all the while, Celine safely nestled in the crook of his arm, protecting him from all the monsters that dwelled in the shadows. "Oh, wow," he said, approaching the toy shelf. "I can't believe it." He didn't notice Lisa sneak up on him. "What is that gross thing?" "Her name is Celine," Jack said, stressing it. "And she is not a gross thing. She was my best friend growing up." "Aw, that's so adorable. And sad. Adorably sad. We went everywhere together. She was there for me when my parents..." Lisa hugged him. "It's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. No, I'm fine. It was so long ago." Jack reached out to pick Celine up from her shelf, and Lisa slapped his hand. "Ew, don't touch it." "What the hell? You don't know where it's been. It's probably covered in all kinds of gross stains and smells and fleas." "Centipedes don't get fleas, Lisa." "Jack," she said, squeezing his arm. "It's not a real centipede. Now behave. I'm going to go arrange delivery of our new armoire, and after that, we can head down to Murphy's for a pizza and beer." Jack watched her leave, and then turned his attention back to Celine. It looked just like her, just like the one he used to have. In fact, she was even missing her third left foot from the front. "Hello, Jack," said Celine. Jack gasped. "It is you! Was there ever any doubt?" Celine coughed, and some of her fur came loose. "Are you all right? Time's been a real bitch to me. Let me tell you, Jackie boy. Speaking of which, who's the tramp?" "What, you mean Lisa? Hey, she's my fiancé." "Oof, condolences, buddy," Jack scoffed. "Don't say that. I love her, do you? Or does she just have your balls in her purse?" I mean, what the hell is an armoire? I don't know. Exactly, Jack. Nobody does. It's made up. She made it up to sound smarter than you. That's not true. Jack heard the petulant note in his voice. Still, he couldn't help crossing his arms and sinking into himself. You know what she sounds like to me, buddy? Jack shook his head. A shadow monster. Jack gulped. No. His voice was tight. Cold memories washed over his skin. Memories of vile things that lurked in the dark, all biding their time to snatch him. Some lurked under his bed, others in the closet. The biggest one, King Grumbler, lived down in the basement of their old house, where the lone, naked light bulb never gave off enough light. Night was a time of horrors incarnate, at least until Jack met Celine. Celine protected him. She watched over him while he slept, and with her around, he actually could sleep. She showed him the light. She was the light. With her on his team, nothing could stop Jack. He felt a dull ache in his chest. Why had they ever parted ways? It must have been in the chaos after the accident, after his whole life was flipped upside down and he lost everything. Yes, Celine said. A shadow monster. A creepy crawly. Don't! A gristly ghouly. Stop. It. Grabby stabby! Stop! Jack's shout muted the store. Celine raised her front dozen feet in surrender. Okay. Calm down, Spaz. She scratched one of her rear segments. Didn't realize you felt so strongly about it. Although I guess it is pretty brave of you, marrying a shadow monster. Celine, she's not a shadow monster. It just occurred to Jack how much crap was in this antique store, and how weak the lights were. Everywhere he looked, there were dark nooks and umbral crannies. A life-sized suit of knight's armor cast a long shadow down a narrow corridor. But the suit was also big enough to hide at least 3 monsters, if they were real, of course. Jack shook his head. He wasn't afraid of the dark anymore. He'd outgrown it. I don't know what you see in her anyway. I always thought we were better together. We even have a ready-made couple's name. Celiac. Did you just ship us? And what the hell, Celine? Why would you go with Celiac instead of the obvious Jacqueline? Oh, Jacqueline. Celine weathered another coughing fit. You're right. That's pretty. I like it. So, we're agreed then? You're gonna dump the chump and roll with me? What? Drop the slop. Ditch the bitch. Punt the Celine, what has gotten into you? She wasn't always like this, was she? It used to be all fuzzy hugs and warm giggles, and whispering secrets to each other long into the night. For all of his worries and all of his fears, she always had an answer. She'd been just what a frightened, lonely 8-year-old needed. But Jack wasn't a child anymore. I'm not leaving Lisa. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And that's a fact. Celine drew herself up. Unbelievable. Crossed dozens of feet. After all I've done for you. She shook her head at her neighbors on the toy shelf. I should have expected it. The shadow apple doesn't fall far from the shadow tree, it seems. What's that supposed to mean? Your parents were the biggest shadow monsters of all. That's not true. Come on, Jackie boy. It's your bedtime. No snacking before dinner. Brush your teeth, young man. They were insane. They were. Jack gulped. His memories of his parents were few and far between, but he knew they were good people. Weren't they? All those things, they just sounded like regular parent things. Celine leaned forward and clapped her feet. Oh my God, you don't remember, do you? Remember what? All I remember is, you used to be nice. Like that time we had a big bonfire with all the neighbors, and we got to stay up way after bedtime, and we sang Camptown races and laughed, and that nice lady gave me an apple juice. Nice lady? That was a paramedic, you dumbass. What? Come on, remember. Celine started humming Camptown races. Jack remembered working on a project earlier in the evening. Lots of papers, shredded papers, papier-mâché. That must have been it. An art project to show his parents how much he loved them. Only, in his memories, he was scattering the papers all around the house. Celine cleared her throat with another cough and began singing. Grab a lighter and some gas. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Kill the shadows with some flame. Oh, dee-doo-dah day. Jack remembered. With Celine clutched under one arm and the other arm dragging a gas can all over the neighborhood, he belted the lyrics out at the top of his lungs. She provided harmony. She told him where to go, how to arrange things, and when everything was ready, start your lighter, Jackie love, and give the gas a little kiss. Within seconds, 6 cookie-cutter houses erupted in a huge fireball that rose into the sky, and when bright-hot figures ran out of the conflagration, waving their arms in the air and screaming, Celine told him those were just the shadow monsters. They saw his work, and they had a change of heart. And now they were dancing and singing and happy and bright. And so Jack sang louder too, and he danced with Celine, and he danced much longer than the silly shadow people who got tired real quick and laid down to sleep. Jack screamed. Aw, you remembered, Celine said. 'Bout damn time, my little pyro. Jack screamed more. You have no idea how bored I've been since they took you away from me. Jack took a deep breath and continued screaming. Come on, Jack. Let's go murder some folk. Just like the good old days. Jack continued screaming. Blam! A thundering blast right beside Jack. He fell into trembling silence. An old man in thick, square glasses stood right beside him and lowered a shotgun. Little remained of Celine's shelf, other than scorched wood. and a smear of orange fluff. "Ah, dang it," said the old man. "You know, I put up a sign, but people don't read. Keep donating their haunted toys and cursed dolls and whatnot. Oh well, so you're fine to deliver it on Wednesday?" Lisa asked. "Yes, ma'am. You can count on it. That's a lovely armoire, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it for a long time." He shook Lisa's hand and then departed. "Well," Lisa said, entwining her arm with Jack's shivering one, "I told you that thing was gross. Anyway, guess we're lucky he was nice enough not to charge us for it. Now come on, let's go get that beer and pizza, the care and feeding of monsters." Via Sol looked around the mansion with distaste. She didn't like being here, and she certainly didn't like what she had heard about the monster who used to live here. Not that she put much credence in the old tales that some of the more senior members of the Lollipop Guild talked about. Those wizened relics of the past had many tales to tell. All the stories outrageous, and all the events sounding just a little too fantastic to believe. Via poked around the foyer and the living area, marveling at the size of the place and grimacing at the thick coat of grime and dust that covered every surface. She had drawn back every curtain on the ground floor, yet the area remained dark and suffocating. Curious, the high, vaulted ceilings spiraled upwards, seemingly without end, but the claustrophobic feeling stayed. The ancient wood creaked and groaned with every step she took, voicing its complaint in sonorous, funereal tones. She wanted to leave right now, but she had a prospective client. This place had been on the books for over 100 years, and getting it sold would be a major coup for her. She had visions of a corner office and a hefty bonus. The realtor overcame her fears and waited. But she waited outside, a wicked witch indeed. What ridiculous tripe! Franklin Baumgartner looked around the mansion. Via thought his eyes looked dead, but, she reasoned, that could be the effect of the poor light in the mansion. His assistant, a Miss Holcomb, also had a lifeless look about her. Their size bothered Via. The man towered over everyone in the land, standing almost 6 feet tall. The woman was a giant as well. Their attire was odd, and their actions startling. "Miss Holcomb, take some notes," Baumgartner snapped. Miss Holcomb dutifully took out a notepad and readied herself for the onslaught to come. Replace the windows, double-paned, insulated with argon gas. Make that triple-paned, American-made. Always buy American-made, Miss Holcomb. None of that Chinese shit. Get some people in here to reinforce the floorboards. They squeak like a bitchy wife. Cleaning crew. Make that cruise American cruise. Miss Holcomb pushed her glasses back on her face and peered up at her boss. "No, hire the illegals that come over here. They'll work cheap and do a good job." Remember, Miss Holcomb, buy American, hire foreign. Got it, sir, Miss Holcomb said. She wrote rapidly and then paused, waiting for more. Contact Kate Mueller in Chicago. Have her come in and furnish this place. Spare no expense. It's a fucking mausoleum right now. Get Halliburton to give me a call. I hear wolves out there. He's good at killing things. Gardeners, of course. Lots of them. The land has gone to hell. Oh, and I saw some beehives out there. Find me a beekeeper. If the bees aren't producing honey, we'll exterminate them. The roof needs to be checked. Baumgartner went on like this for some time. Miss Holcomb wrote furiously, nodding occasionally, and staying 6 feet behind her employer. Via Saul didn't show it, but she was confused and alarmed. She had never heard of the places mentioned. America, Canada, Chicago. The man also used language that was unfamiliar to her, especially the word beginning with a foo sound, or bitchy. Maybe it's their way of saying itchy. And maybe the foo word is a term of endearment. Via was snapped out of her reverie by Baumgartner's stentorian voice. Miss Soul? Hey, you still with us? Via looked up and almost stood at attention. Of course, yes. So, the price? You have it listed as 133 lollipops. That must be a typo. Baumgartner frowned at her. He didn't approve of sloppy work. No, sir, that's the price. But we can negotiate. Lollipops? Yes, sir. I'm assuming that you can pay in lollipops. Hell no, missy. We use good old American dollars. The best currency in the world, I'll have you know. Lollipops? What the hell kind of lollipop do you require? Are they lined with gold? Well, no. That is, they're just lollipops. Baumgartner looked at his assistant impassively. He blinked and shook his head. Miss Holcomb waited patiently for something to write down. Show me, Baumgartner said. Via nodded, confused as to why someone needed to see what was widely considered the coin of the realm. She went outside to her horse and buggy, retrieving a couple of lollipops. She went back inside the mansion, not easy in her mind. Baumgartner stared at them for some time. He inspected them closely, twirled them in his fingers, and even sniffed them. He handed one to Miss Holcomb, who mimicked her boss's actions. Am I to understand that these lollipops are made with sugar? Nothing else? Just sugar and some natural coloring, I think. I'm not sure. The Lollipop Guild makes them, and they guard their secrets carefully. Baumgartner nodded. Although confused by the method of payment, he didn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation. What'll you take for these lollipops? Cash? Goods? Baumgartner eyed Via closely, noting her body language. He was successful in part because of his ability to read people. Well, I was going to purchase some new clothes after work. Food for the winter. Grain for the horse, Via said. She was nervous. The conversation about money bothered her. No one talked about money here. No one at all. Baumgartner considered what the realtor said. He whispered to his assistant. She nodded lightly and wrote something down on her notepad. "Tell you what, Miss Soul, I'll bring you a new horse when I come back, if you give me one of these." Via gasped. A new horse would normally cost 7 lollipops. She tried to keep her composure. The man is an idiot. However, I could use a new horse. Poor old Rusty is getting old. And maybe I could get a little more out of this dolt. A new horse is acceptable, but I think I'd want a little more. Maybe throw in 100 kilos of grain for the new horse. Baumgartner accepted quickly. The woman's a dolt, selling this place for 133 lollipops, and all she wants is a new horse and some feed. Jesus, this is gonna be easy. We'll be back next week. Have the papers ready to sign. I'll have the, payment in full, Baumgartner said. He didn't even try to haggle over the price. He was starting to love this exchange rate. Baumgartner was as good as his word. He paid for the mansion and bought Via a new horse, along with supplying her with an impressive amount of grain for the horse. Still, Via was disturbed. The stranger found his way to her homeland. There were tales about a farm girl who had done this, but that was nothing more than a story that the old ones told. Baumgartner was indeed from another land. Kansas. His Aunt Elle had given him what was left of the family farm, and he sold it quickly, at a ridiculously low price. His aunt was dead. The farm was not a money-maker, and he hated farming. The only thing he kept was a pair of silver slippers, for they entranced him. In the light, they turned into a fiery, ruby-red color. Aunt Elle also told him that he could transport himself to a magical land by wearing the slippers and wishing himself to this nebulous place. The slippers were far too small to wear, and he didn't believe such nonsense anyway. One night, after drinking in excess, a particularly cheap and poor quality of a Chianti, he tried it. Frank found himself in the middle of a poppy field, staring at a city that seemed entirely made of green crystals. He took one of the crystals and closed his eyes again, wishing himself back home. Emeralds. The green crystals were emeralds. He made several trips like this and became rich. He also discovered streets made of gold bricks. He helped himself to plenty of these as well. When he returned, he found that the gold bricks and the emeralds had been replaced. Frank had no qualms about taking more emeralds and more gold from this place. None at all. Frank Baumgartner had found Oz. The inhabitants of the land that Baumgartner invaded were becoming unhappy with their new neighbor. He had a landing strip built for his private jet. The people thought it was a monstrous steel dragon, and fled every time it landed or departed. The same emotions arose when Baumgartner drove his vehicle. To them, it was nothing more than an iron terror roaming through their land. Queen Ozma demanded that the stranger leave. He refused. She had no recourse to his refusal. No one had ever defied the queen before, so she was at a loss as to what to do. They had no police force, for there was no crime. They had no standing army, for they had no enemies. Until now, Baumgartner paid well in lollipops. This became a problem, a huge problem. The economy was turned upside down and inside out. Munchkins and Winkies, with newfound wealth, invaded Emerald City and bought up desirable plots of land and built houses. Baumgartner built several yellow-bricked roads that led to Emerald City, and the flood of country people to the city was unsustainable. The new royalty had been, just a short time before, farmers and craftsmen. The Lollipop Guild had been decimated by the influx of lollipops from Baumgartner. Inflation ran rampant. And then a recession hit. Everyone felt its effects, and the people of all 4 quadrants of the land found themselves struggling to survive. Baumgartner didn't care. He was rich in America, but here he was a god. He controlled the lands, the supply chains, the very fabric of life. Poverty became the new normal. "We have to do something!" Vaya slammed her fist on the table. The Munchkins looked at her with surprise and consternation. She had never been so demonstrative. Via Sol had always been the epitome of grace and charm. Goru stood up, though it made little difference in his height relative to everyone else. He was short, even for a Munchkin, but he commanded respect. The eldest member of the Lollipop Guild had been Goru for the past 70 years, and his word meant something. "I have a solution, but you aren't going to like it," he said. A quietness overtook the room. If Gora said that it would be displeasing, then it would be very displeasing. The council braced itself. Goru outlined his plan. Everyone was horrified, but they agreed to it. Effie sensed the Munchkin well before he came into sight. She sniffed the air and smelled fear, desperation, sadness. Goru stopped short when he saw Effie. It had been 20 years since she had been banished to the edge of Munchkin land. Although he had voted against the banishment, he still felt a thrill of fear. Effie was dangerous. All her kind were dangerous. "What brings the great and powerful Gora to my humble shack?" Effie picked up a snake and stroked it gently before putting it back on the ground and giving it a shove with her toe. The snake slithered off into the underbrush, looking for a meal. "A stranger from the outer lands. A bad person, Effie. Very bad." We need your help, Goro said, looking down. He was afraid to meet Effie's eyes. I have no quarrel with you, Gora. You didn't vote against me when I was banished. But why should I help? I was exiled because of my grandmother. Goro nodded. She was right. She had no reason to help. But I will, Effie said softly, because the stranger has something of mine. Goro looked at her, surprised. You know about the stranger. I may be restricted to the edge of the desert, but I hear things, she said. Because the animals tell me. Goro believed her. Effie's grandmother understood the animals. I'll come to the council next week, when it's over. I'll want something in return, though. Goro nodded. He was empowered to agree to almost anything. What? Effie looked at Gora and smiled. It was a beautiful smile, so unlike her grandmother's wicked leer. My grandmother's old house. Goro expected this. He nodded, and then he left as quickly as possible. The edge of the desert frightened him, and Effie frightened him most of all. He thought of a saying he had heard long ago, needs must when the devil drives. He would wonder, years later, who the devil really was. Effie flew above the trees on her umbrella, scanning the countryside. She knew the area well, for she had been raised in Winky country. Her old house looked different, modern and bright. She hated it. A portly man came outside and looked around, hands on hips. Effie's tremendous sight allowed her to see him clearly. He had a mug look on his face. Odd clothes covered his portly frame, and he was smoking a cigar. Effie banked sharply and flew toward the man. He finally spotted her and stared at her in surprise and fear. She saw his eyes widen. He screamed just as her umbrella penetrated his heart. The umbrella settled gently on the ground as Effie stepped off. She strode to the man and took the briefcase. She had what she wanted. She had what belonged to her. We have to do something, Vaya said miserably. She didn't slam her hand on the table, as she had done all those years ago. But the tone of her voice revealed her desperation. Goro and the rest of the council agreed. Effie had been a hero 20 years ago when she killed the giant stranger and everyone else in her grandmother's old house. The land was freed from the bonds of American capitalism and its monstrous ways. Now, however, she was as her grandmother had been, wicked and controlling. The flying monkeys were back, as were the giant white wolves and the huge black bees. They had gotten so used to smallish wolves and gentle honeybees that the new, more dangerous versions were even more frightening than ever. What can we do? We made a deal, and she took advantage. Goro talked quietly, as usual, but his voice was tinged with defeat. He saw no way out. It's like the old days, he continued, when her grandmother ruled Winkyland. But worse. Effie seems to have a vendetta against us. So, we're sunk. Back to the way things were in the old days, and no stupid farm girl to bail us out, another member said. Where did she come from? Kansas? Where the hell is that? Vaya was willing to travel past the deserts if need be. Somewhere over the rainbows, Vaya. Somewhere we can't reach. Effie sat in her darkened mansion and smiled, stroking the fur of a wolf and listening to the angry buzzing of the black bees flitting about her abode. She had reclaimed her family power. The witch still remembered the day her mother died. She had been behind a curtain when the incident occurred, watching the events unfold. When the strange girl doused her mother with water, she gasped. Her mother melted in front of her eyes. Effie had never seen such a gruesome sight in her life. But that wasn't the end of the bad news. She had been banished to the edge of the desert, though the council that banished her knew full well that she would, in all probability, die from this. The only member to vote in her favor was Gora. Effie, though, had been taught how to survive by her mother. She flourished. Her hate grew. And then another stranger showed up, and with the magical slippers, her mother's slippers, and the last remaining source of all witchy power, just a pair of shoes, silver. But they fit her feet perfectly, almost like they were made for her. Now that she was the only living witch in Oz, she could rule all the lands, not just Winky Land. There was a new ruler of the land, and she wasn't about to forget what the inhabitants had done to her or her mother. Effie scanned the skies for flying houses. It wouldn't do to neglect the lessons from the past. She grabbed her umbrella and took off across the land, flying low and fast, observing her domain. Effie was on her way to Emerald City to depose the queen. She has a date with the point of my umbrella today. I look forward to the smell of royal blood spilled on the streets of Emerald City. My only regret is that she can't melt like my mother did. Effie flew on over poppy fields and verdant landscape. Evil had returned to Oz. The monster they all feared was a woman with silver slippers on her feet and hate in her heart. The queen has an expiration date. Evil has no such restriction. Red rum. Cut! Leonard shouted, snapping the movie slate. Shut, dizzy with the relief that comes after the end of a shoot. Thanks so much, Francis. You're good to go. No, thank you, Lenny, Francis Keaton replied, shaking Leonard's hand. I hope we meet again. Me too. Good luck with your Nespresso adverts. Where's Liliana? Leonard called out to Travis, who shrugged his shoulders. Travis, you reek of whiskey. It's called method acting. I had to do it all the time for Streetcar. Ah, there you are. Liliana Hoyt, who seemed to be winning every acting award going, was grabbed by Leonard and manhandled by two of the producers onto the set. Hey, she screamed, get off me! You could have dressed up, Leonard said. as Liliana got thrown onto the bed. Actually, it's fine. Just pull the comforter over her. One of the producers threw some rope around her hands before tying them to the headboard. Leonard, what the fuck is going on? Where's Margot? What about her? The same producer silenced Liliana, her face bluing in mute appeal with a strip of duct tape. Suddenly, her legs were flailing, writhing, kicking, helpless in the face of the director's conspiratorial will. And action. An unsteady Travis walked onto set, holding a chainsaw, its roar drowning out Liliana's muffled howls. Where its teeth kissed her leg, blood, first a trickle, and then a surge, began to mist the whole set. Travis, stop! Margot Devine, the actress who had claimed the starring role, walked in at that very moment. Is everything okay? Liliana called me about an extra scene. She clapped her hands to her face in horror once she saw Liliana's dismembered limbs. Oh my God, please, detective, I don't want to watch it anymore, pleaded Leonard, turning his head away from the footage. Detective Montrose switched the computer off before turning his attention back to Leonard, whose face was still blank with anxiety. You do know how this looks, don't you, Mr. Leary? Montrose said. Yes, of course I do. I mean, it's there on screen for all to see. You directing Mr. Waterman to saw Ms. Hoyt in half. It was a prop. Okay. Montrose wrote this down. And this was for your movie, was it? Yes. A prison without walls? Yes, Leonard replied begrudgingly. You know, it took 2 weeks at a writing camp in Prague to come up with that. For a moment, Leonard felt it was just him and the detective at the center of the universe, the tape recorder and folders props, and the light bulb swinging pendulum-like above, illuminating the room with an unwelcome light, only there for an added theatrical frisson. Mr. Leary, I'm confused, to say the least, Montrose said. Not one of you has a motive against Ms. Hoyt. Can we please just rewind, going back from Ms. Hoyt's death to the day you started? What, again? Please? If you wouldn't mind. 24th October, 3 weeks into filming, after 10 seconds of looking furiously for Travis, I found him perched on the banquet in the corner, his arms and legs splayed across the leather. It reminded of that scene in Pulp Fiction when Pumpkin and Honey Bunny ransack the diner. Travis fit the aesthetic perfectly. Even though he was a star of the stage, he could well have been a vagrant. Sorry, I was hungry, he said, like a naughty kid, with a chocolate mustache and a half-eaten banana split in front of him. Would you like anything? No, I'm fine. I can't stay long. Travis's hair was incredibly greasy, striking that unfortunate balance between being neither curly nor straight. Jesus, your breath reeks, Travis. The scent was a mix of red wine, cheroots, and patchouli, all rolled into one. Anyway, I think you know why I'm here. Do I? Yes, Travis, you do. It's about your wife, Margot. I don't have a wife. Oh my God. In the movie, Travis. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Margot and James McClane, played by Liliana and Travis, began life as a vision of cold, jodhpur-wearing elitism. But when they went bankrupt, were forced to downsize and move across from the Feldmans, whose marriage they ended up shattering. Liliana dropped quite the bomb the other day, I continued. Travis furrowed his eyebrows. Sorry, who? Liliana. She plays your wife, Travis. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't get involved with the other actors. Holding my nose, so as not to inhale any more alcohol breath, I tried one more time to get through to him. Liliana wondered if you, as her husband, would kill her in the script. You're the cuckolded alcoholic in the marriage, so it's completely plausible. Oh, that's fine, Travis said, the red wine talking. Really? It would require you to film some extra scenes. Are you available next week? Yes. Great. Thanks. I gave him a slap on the shoulder. She says it's because she doesn't want any trouble, but she wants to be a main character. Audiences love murder. I think that's the problem with movies these days. You don't have to explain yourself, Travis reassured me. Let's kill this bitch. 22nd October. My muscles coiled as soon as I caught sight of her. Liliana, who I am pretty sure was my least favorite, which was no mean feat, had called me unexpectedly to run through some things. And I got the feeling it wasn't to discuss the movie. It never is. The restaurant we had agreed to meet in was an upscale eatery on the fringes of the town center, the sort of place reserved for illicit liaisons and big ultimatums. I knew Liliana spent all her time as an actress, if she wasn't wielding an arc on the silver screen, in places like these, possessing the sought-after elixir that Wangle's 14-course taster, meals and corners tuxedos businessmen into the nooks of dingy bars. Thanks for agreeing to this, Leonard, she said, in her native southern twang, her brazen authenticity chording a jarring note against the coy contentment of the restaurant. Liliana was rakish and spidery, her face so pale as though made of reconstituted porcelain, the cruel origami of her arms stretched to hug me. No, really. Thank you. Have you ordered? I haven't. Great, she said, perusing the menu. You know, I haven't got long, Liliana. I have to dash. It's Lily. And what do you mean you have to dash? You're such a bad liar. What? Let's see how convincingly you can lie about where you were last week, when you saw me and Margot having a go at each other. She picked up the knife, as though she was poised to dissect me. Why are you looking so worried? The waiter arrived, absolving me of this question. He took our orders, looking askance at Liliana as he did so, probably surprised at how underdressed she was. He would be right. It was clear Liliana didn't fit in here. It came to herald a changing of the guard. No longer were places like these populated by the jewel-draped dames who held an ice-bedded coupe in one palm of their hand, and the piqued interest of their stupid director in the other. But now, overhauled by a new generation. One of them being Liliana, a raven-haired, new-age Janet Leigh. "I'll try and be quick," she said, sipping her wine. "But Margot Devine, fucking Margot Devine, is not a subject I can discuss without completely going batshit crazy. I hope you understand." "I don't know what you mean, Liliana." "Oh, drop the act, Leonard. You know exactly what I mean." "What?" "You saw us. I saw you saw us." "What?" "Oh my God, don't even try to." "When we stopped filming, me and Margot went to..." "And you, I don't know what you're..." "Look, I don't care. I know you're lying. All I wanted to tell you is that I know you. I've met directors like you before. A zillion of them." This was a lie. Liliana's showreel was suspiciously short. "And I know what gets people like you going," she continued. I stared at her with my eyes wide open, loudly glugging my wine, so the silence she left was even more pronounced. "Money," she explained, as though this wasn't obvious. "Of course it's money, right? And what's that gotta do with Margot?" "Haha, it has everything to do with Margot." Liliana leaned in, her breath hot on my cheek. "I didn't want to have to tell you this. Obviously, I didn't. Not even my mom knows. But Margot and we had a thing some years ago." Liliana bit her lip defiantly, numb with inexpressible loathing. "I don't think you can call it a thing, to be honest. But Twitter will have different ideas. It didn't even last a year. I have to say, I'm surprised," I improvised, hiding my face with my glass. "Margot's a big star. Exactly. Margot Devine, darling of the acting world, splashed all over the front pages because she's been having an affair with another woman. And not just any woman. The next Neve Campbell, of course." "Liliana, I don't..." "You know who'll come out of this the worst, Leonard. Not me. No. Not even Margot. But you. No one will watch your movie. No one will care. No one will ever want to hire you again." The prospect, although shocking, yet entirely plausible, was a terrifying one. "What are you suggesting?" I asked. "Look, I know this is gonna sound mad, because I know we're so late into the shoot, and I know how hard you've worked on the script. But how about we kill Margot's character off? I just think this is what the script needs." "So you want to kill Margot off?" "Yes. You can give her a big send-off if you like. But I just don't think Margot belongs in this movie." "Okay," I said, summoning the waiter for more wine. "I'll see what I can do." 14th of October, 2 weeks into filming, I had known these people for just over a month, and I already knew that they were the worst people I had ever met. Margot was a man-hating sociopath. Liliana was a man-eating snake. Travis was a narcissistic man-child. And Francis was simply a very annoying man. "Lenny, you with us?" Francis called out. "I've got to go in 20 minutes. Can we wrap this up, please?" "Sure," I made my way back to the studio, the custom-made house for the movie, inhabited by Grace and Roger Feldman, played by Margot Devine and Frances Keaton, respectively, was gorgeously uniform and pastel, something even Martha Stewart would be proud of. Their marriage was literally like something from a TV commercial, something rehearsed, shot, and then left in a studio, something always destined for the snap of a director's slate. It was so hollow, so unreal, that someone could scrawl over it with a black marker pen and no one would notice. The Feldmans lived in a world full of Minnie and Roman Castavets, where everything was dystopian and rabid bunny happy, where apples seemed to pick themselves, where lawnmowers began without prompt, and where babies slept without protest. And that's a wrap, I announce, weak with relief. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? In what was my only break of the day, I go for a cigarette and watch the world go by. The town, a mass of either failing or fledgling shops, of laundromats and fried chicken, was a buckle in the belt of dusty, apple-knocking America. A montage of sandy browns and russet reds that quite happily elided into one long sepia smudge. And then a shout, a scream, something that threatened to disrupt the even tenor of my walk. Just leave me alone, they spat, the voice emanating from a woman's head in the distance. What do you expect me to do? The blonde girl replied. I inched forward, before doubling back when I realized who they were. Margot and Liliana. Look, I know neither of us could have foreseen this, Liliana said. But I don't want you trying to talk to me in front of everyone, okay? I think it's fine, Lily. Getting the feeling this conversation wasn't something I should be hearing. I backed up against the wall and bowed my head. Everything had seemed so civil on set up until now. Then again, it was to be expected. Actors could behave like little children. No, it's not fine, Margot, continued Liliana, spitting fury. And to make matters worse, they've given me the same fucking name as you. That'll be all over TMZ when they find out about us. Lily, please, do not touch me. Honestly, I swear to God, after we do this, if you come near me again, then I will call the police. Leave me alone. 9th September, the table read. I hated an ensemble cast. This time, luckily, I only had to contend with 4 different personalities. But it was the personalities that was the difficult bit. The 4 elected professionals, the starlet, the treader of boards, the scream queen, and the smarmy one you see on Nespresso adverts, were due at lunchtime, a pretext to picket finger food and bitch about the agent they all once had in common. It was when I finished putting the food and drinks together that Margot Devine, the first to try my smorgasbord of bread rolls and oil dips, decided to arrive. With her eyes in some sort of half squint, forever suspicious of any gathering of men or any errant camera. Margot had her hair scraped back into a lick of blonde and was wearing an outsize puffer jacket. I pictured her getting bundled into a Land Rover by her press agent, the jacket pulled over her shoulder blades with pincered fingers, moving as fast as her praying mantis legs would permit, like a Weinstein protege whose daily intake amounted to nothing more than an iceberg lettuce leaf and a cube of blue cheese. "Margot, hi." I greeted her awkwardly, kissing her on both cheeks, feeling the shocking realness of her bones. "There's someone in the elevator coming up," she said, upturning her nose. "I'm not sure he's a part of this. I think he's the one who does the Nespresso adverts." "Francis Keaton? Oh yes, that's the one." "Ah," I said, sawing Francis at the door. Speak of the devil. First shooting to international fame in his early 20s, much in the same mold as Leonardo DiCaprio. Francis Keaton was the nation's sweetheart. With orange skin and one remaining tuft of hair, he was clearly still clinging onto the vestiges of youth. But as he was Francis Delano Keaton, the perfect riposte to any insult, he was most definitely forgiven. One dimply smile from his much-pinched cheek, and you would just swoon. "So, who else we waiting for then?" he asked in his frothy drawl. "Just two more." "Who are they?" "It's not Meryl Streep, is it?" No, not Meryl, unfortunately. It's Travis Waterman and Liliana Hoyt." "Ah, Liliana, the woman of the moment." "Liliana's coming?" Margot asked, tweaking her sleeve. "Yes." "Oh, is there a problem?" "Oh no, we just haven't seen each other since the whole cabin in the woods debacle." "Oh yes," Francis laughed. "Right, bloodbath, wasn't it?" "Ah," I beamed, breaking the awkward silence that came thereafter. "I think that's them now." With an A-list swagger she could only mimic, Liliana Hoyt entered at that exact moment beside Travis Waterman. Liliana, making her name through low-budget art house movies, could not be more different from Travis, who was securely established as the doyen of theater, earning his first Tony nomination for his performance in Othello. I wondered how they would react when they would learn that they were going to be playing a married couple. Which reminded me, the script I would have them read, written by myself of course, was tentatively titled A Prison Without Walls. It was about a married couple in the 1950s, the sort to hold Tupperware parties and send their children to elocution lessons, who find themselves reevaluating their priorities when a new couple moves in across the road. "Hello, Leonard. Good to see you again." We had never met before. "Good evening, Travis," I said, showing them to their seats. The five of us arranged ourselves in the most curious of configurations, with Margot and Travis at one end, and Francis and Liliana at the other. "So, I hope everyone's got the right script," I said, taking charge. "Yes," Travis responded, remarkably quick for someone who had all the zeal of a narcoleptic. "But it says here my character's an alcoholic. Is that... No. James falls off a wagon when he learns his wife, played by Liliana, is cheating on him. Is that? Yep, it was an awkward subject. Everyone knew Travis was an alcoholic ever since his stint in Cat on a hot tin roof. At least it's not me doing the cheating, Francis quipped. Actually, you are, I corrected. Roger cheats on his wife with Liliana's character. No one thought it appropriate to respond. TMZ had a helicopter above Keaton's mansion for months after he ordered a prostitute to his home while his wife was on vacation. Liliana craned forward, opening her mouth to speak. Leonard, it says here my character's called Margot. Margot. Yes, it's spelled differently. Well, I hope you don't confuse us, Margot interjected. Everyone shot a sideways glance at Margot sulking in the corner. So, I said, slapping my knees. Shall we begin? It was finally time. We all took a sharp intake of breath before turning the first page. Francis was still smiling. Liliana was still staring at me. Travis was still dwelling on his character arc. And Margot was left to quietly fume about the fact that her namesake was played by her archenemy. Social proof. Ethan reoriented his phone and pushed his stocking cap back to reveal more of his hair before offering his audience a two-fingered peace sign. Hey, guys. What's up? Aiden raked Ethan's hand. Dude, what the hell? What's gotten into you? Sam chortled, recording both of them on his phone through a cloud of steamy breath. Scared? No, Aiden barked, glaring apprehensively into Sam's camera. I'm black, moron. Shit like this gets a brother killed. In response to Aiden's misgivings, heart, laughing, and smiling emojis floated up Aiden's image on Sam's screen. Feeling smug, Sam showed Aiden the immediate, real-time results. Aiden rolled his eyes. Whatever, fool. They ain't black. Ethan resumed a filming position with a sarcastic smile, framing the tall fence behind him in the background. Don't worry, Aiden, buddy. We'll be good and gone before anybody notices. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Sam impatiently gestured to the shadowy mansion. Pressing on, Sam directed his mobile to the naked, claw-like limbs of bare trees that lined the drive, reaching over their heads. It don't look like anybody's been here lately, since the 60s, Aiden said, jutting his hands into his pockets and hunching his shoulders. Trespassing aside, something felt eerie about the property. He felt eyes crawling all over him. Been shuttered ever since. It was foreclosed on by the bank after Thaddeus's grandson died. The house is old, protected by some kinda historical preservation law. They wanted to put a Walmart here, but couldn't. It can't be knocked down. Our resident bookworm and brown noser, ladies and gentlemen, Ethan said, capturing him and Aiden in the shot and bowing to his camera. Yeah, I read, okay? Aiden said, shoving Ethan away. This is it, peeps, Sam said, angling his phone to take a wide shot of the property. Thornbrook Manor, Ethan interrupted Sam to draw a dramatic, wide-eyed slash across his throat with his finger. The third sorcerer. Annoyed, Aiden glanced side-eyed at Sam's phone and shrugged, speaking directly to Sam's followers. It's where the geocache told us to go next. Abhorrent ground, Sam whispered ominously, reciting a phrase they found written in the cache. Flipping the phone's camera to face him, his face was uplit in the darkness. WTF? What's that even mean? Built in the 1860s outside of Seattle, the Thornbrook property was considered an architectural gem of Victorian elegance and grandeur. Dilapidated, weathered, and crumbled, its glamorous splendor, however, was lost to the past. Situated on a lush estate, the mansion boasted a commanding presence with a towering 3-story roofline, with 4 chimneys and 2 pointed spires. Its exterior facade was crafted with intricate details, replete with ornate carvings of strange and fanciful beasts, sturdy stone pillars, and delicate trimmings that lent the structure an artistic flair. Its architect was both an engineer and an artist. Its front doors were made of rich mahogany and intricately carved, yet spray-painted with urban gang tags. "What is that?" Sam said. He focused his camera on a carving along the structure's foundation. It had a rounded body with taloned hands, a sloping ape-like brow, and an angry expression bearing menacing, jagged teeth, yet had stone wings like a bird. It looked tethered to the building by a black iron chain. That's a water drain," Aiden replied. "Water comes down the chain into the monkey's skull, spilling out the mouth." "Ugh," Sam groaned, zooming in on it. "That's crazy. What kind of acid were these guys on?" "Opium," Aiden clarified with a nod, thinking, then added, leaning into Sam's camera, "That or absinthe, herbs, sugar, ice, wood alcohol, big-ass psychedelic effects brought on from consuming thujone, a compound." Look! Ethan interrupted, cutting Aiden off, holding his own phone over his head as they approached a ruined reflecting pool in an overgrown garden sanctuary. Surrounded by a wrought iron fence, the pool's still black surface reflected the sky's cold, starry void. "There's the statue," Ada's rumbled into Sam's camera. Friendly heart emojis raced up the side of his face. "Yeah, well, if you're curious and want to know more, DM me." "Come on, brainiac," Sam scolded, slapping Aiden on his shoulder. Sam turned his camera's flash away from the monkey creature to send it receding into the darkness. Cautiously entering the gate, they circled the pool to step through an overgrowth of thorny black bushes with serrated, tar-colored leaves. A marble statue of a Victorian gentleman, leaning heavily on a cane, loomed over the pool's edge. Soiled by centuries of grime and vigorous splotches of mold, thorny brambles climbed its legs and torso. "Dr. Thaddeus Parlow," Aiden whispered, scanning through Wikipedia articles on his device. He passed the links on to the audience through social media. Sam zoomed in on Parlow's vandalized head. Chiseled away, it looked as if it were mauled. Chunks of marble were gouged from Parlow's face. Hundreds of shocked and gasping emojis went scrolling by. Sam zoomed back, panned, and held his phone horizontally to keep Ethan and the statue in the frame. "We've got more than 1,600 viewers, man. Play it," chided Ethan's followers. Little blue bubbles of text went floating by. Okay, I'm going to play it. Just hang on," Ethan promised his followers before turning his phone around to navigate its settings. Ethan, I don't think..." Aiden's eyes trailed from his phone to the water. Sam could barely contain himself and removed his cap. He fixed his phone on Ethan. "Man, this is going to be so great," reflected upon the smooth black surface of the pool. Aiden saw a sharp, vivid reflection of the Milky Way. However, looking up, ambient light from the city obscured the night sky, and it was cloudy, overcast, a typical Seattle night. Puzzled, Aiden absently asked, Ethan?" Closing on Sam, Ethan held up his phone up to Sam's and pressed play to stream the video. A cheesy, AI-generated black and white image of a man with the head of an octopus appeared, followed by a grainy, scratchy recording, as if sampled from a wax cylinder. "Fahanglui maglwanaf Cthulhu ralya wagahanagul fetaran," recited the octopus man in a low, spectral voice. Thousands of emojis raced up Sam's display, and his follower count skyrocketed. Elated, Sam pumped the air, shouting, Yeah, Wuganagulftagan, fuckers, bring it on," Ethan mocked with a sarcastic sneer and a crude, offensive gesture into Sam's camera. "Aya, ia, Cthulhu ftagn, to drill ngkthikri dagon," the recording concluded, leaving only a still, uncomfortable silence. Seeing the statue's mutilated head reflected in the pool of dreamy starlight, Aiden backed away to glance at Thaddeus, and then back at the water. The statue's angle against the surface was all wrong. "How's that possible?" he breathed. Replaying the video on his phone, Ethan shook his mobile at Sam and shouted, "That's it! The third Sorcerer's Challenge! Woo! Look!" Sam exclaimed, holding out his phone. A Bitcoin balance was leaping ahead in hundreds of increments. "We won, man. Where's all of that shit coming from?" Ethan said, peering at Sam's phone. Sam turned the phone toward him and manipulated its settings. "Dunno. Some guy in Amsterdam." Ethan squinted. "Amsterdam? Where's that?" "Who cares?" Sam exclaimed. "We're gonna be rich." "Sam," Aiden pleaded, pointing to the pool and gripping Sam's jacket by the sleeve. "Something's wrong." Sam jerked his arm back. "Bro, what the?" Following Aiden's hand, Sam saw the impossibly bright, brilliant universe and the crisp reflection of Thaddeus Parlow's statue, except it wore a ghostly, bearded face. Before Sam could react, Ethan, his back to the pool, held his phone contemptuously under the statue's chin to replay the video. Sam returned his phone to a recording position. Ia, Cthulhu Fahtagn, to drill Ankhthakakri Dagon, repeated the grainy octopus man. Sam and Aiden cried out, just as a massive blue and green scaled tentacle burst from the reflecting pool, gripped Ethan's leg, then dragged him screaming into the water. The light from Ethan's submerged phone sank into the pool's depths and disappeared. Jesus fuck! Aiden shouted, throwing himself from the side of the pool against the iron fence. Sam's phone, his thousands of followers witnessing the entire event, burst into a flurry of shocked, worried, and sad emojis. From the shadows, the chained monkeys squatting along the manor's cornerstones grinned, howling in terror. Aiden grabbed Sam to bolt for the iron gate. But as they ran, the thick, thorny, weedy brambles snagged their jeans and shot out to wrap around their legs. Tripped, Sam fell, sending his phone skittering across the cobblestone surrounding the pool. Sam! Aiden cried, reaching back for him, only to find Sam's body ensnared in the grips of the wicked Flora, pinned against the fence's bars. Sam pleaded, extending his arm to Aiden. Help! Help! Tugging, the thorns ripped into Aiden's skin and tore at his legs and ankles. He could feel the lacerations, the blood saturating his jeans. Aiden struggled and tried to get closer to Sam, only to find tendrils of strangling, grinding vines cutting into Sam's throat. His eyes bulged and bled, and he choked on a protruding mouthful of black leaves. It began to rain. Scared, senseless, Aiden scrambled backward to lunge for the iron gate. Shut tight by the snaking weeds, it barely budged. Aiden glanced behind him in horror. The statue of Dr. Thaddeus, Parlow, remained as it was, and always had been, except its vivid, colorful reflection was a ghastly monster with a translucent nest of writhing tentacles waving from its jaw. The pool was still, unmoving, as if coated in a layer of sheer, translucent ice. The raindrops did not affect its surface. The pool was disorienting, mesmerizing, spinning. It was as if the whole of the universe lay open at Dr. Parlow's feet. Absinthe, my ass, Aiden shouted, bracing his foot against an iron post to pull at the gate with all of his weight to rip it free of the twisting vines. Fleeing from the sanctuary, a wind bellowed from the chimneys, blowing from inside the mansion with a terrifying roar. Slipping on the mud, his heart pounding, lungs burning, Aiden ran with everything he had down the drive and scaled the fence. And without even a second glance, he sprinted away, leaving his friends forever at Thornbrook Manor. Glowing in the darkness, the video of the octopus man replayed on a loop, while a mass of emojis check-in waves, Bitcoin balances, and DM requests flooded Sam's phone before a green tentacle reached out from the water, cupped it, and slowly slid it into the pool straitjacket. Chrissy. Yates pocketed the last of her equipment and squinted her eyes, the way a predator is in on its prey. Oh, come on, she thought, her nervous gaze darting between her watch and the sanatorium door. Impatient, she stood herself at the entrance, which was one of corrugated iron. It was an almost baleful presence, and one that only chose to admit the most intrepid of investigators. Beware ye who enter. Paranormal investigation was no hobby of Chrissy's. It wasn't something she did for one Friday evening's amusement. It was her life, much to the annoyance of her fiancé, Todd. Why can't you do something normal? He pleaded. Like book club? Chrissy scoffed at that, quietly terrified at how suburban Todd was becoming. She found it baffling how her and Todd, once throwing darts at a world map to see where they would travel, could now only sight a scoot around in the Kroger parking lot as the most adventurous thing they had done together. They were now completely different, on a cellular level. Fundamentally, Chrissy was a rebel. She was a free spirit, a girl with twigs and berries in her hair, a girl who cried whenever you killed a ladybug by accident. But here, she had lost her iridescent shell and become a scrawny ribbon of beige, a sculpture of suburbia-shaped pulp. She had failed resolutely to rebel in the big ways, which is why she found herself always trying to hold her own in the small ways. You're late, Chrissy spat at her soon-to-be husband, tapping her watch. Good evening to you too, Chris. Todd pecked Chrissy on the cheek. Here, they looked comically incongruous. Chrissy, forever undertaking these new challenges with relish, and Todd breathless after the hour-long walk from their apartment. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Said Todd, with a smirk on his face. Where's Milo? Didn't you get his message? He can't come. What is that grin for? You know how much this means to me, Todd. I know, Todd reassured her, taking her hand. I know. Never had swapping opinions about a chick lit with a group of soccer moms over a bottle of cheap sorority rosé looked so frightening to Chrissy. Good, she announced loudly, betraying a sudden strength of character beneath her sallow skin. Let's do this. Almost immediately, Chrissy produced a flashlight, its crisp, cylindrical beam throwing sharp shafts of light over the dripping gloom, and a room that was now a rich repository of the past, a place that was once a refuge for any woman, its intake striding anyone from a widow with night terrors to a sexual deviant denouncing her family's Catholic faith. Chrissy read that at its peak, the sanatorium was home to up to 200 people. It was a number Chrissy almost found comforting. These women, united in their combined will to escape, now seemed more powerful than ever. "Are you sure we should be doing this, Chrissy?" asked Todd, trailing his fiancée. "What do you mean?" "We can do what we want." "No, but I mean, should you be doing this?" "I don't want to talk about that now." "I know, but..." "Shh! What was that?" The only sounds available to their naked ears were the scratch of their footfalls against the frost-crusted twigs and the steady plip of water, the hallmarks of any B movie. The noise Chrissy managed to hear presented itself again, something anyone else would put down to the movement of a rat. "Did you hear that?" When Todd shook his head, Chrissy looked back and, aided by the dwindling light of her pathetic torch, saw a battery of glazed leporine eyes. "Oh my God, Milo!" Chrissy exhales, her breath white with frost. "What are you doing here? I thought I'd make a last-minute appearance." Milo, Todd's longest and closest friend, said, "Keep you on your toes. Did you know about this?" Chrissy spat to Todd, her cheeks surrendering any of their remaining color. "Why are we here again?" Milo asked, comically unprepared, wearing just a shirt and jeans. Todd shrugged his shoulders. "Ask her. She wanted to come here. She must have told you a reason." "There is no reason, Milo. You know this." "Actually, there is a reason," Chrissy corrects Todd. "If you must know, my mother was here." "Your mother?" "Chrissy." "What?" Todd asked, confused. "You heard me. Just before the place shut down, she was admitted here." "You never told me." "I don't think you ever asked, Todd." Shall we move on? More determined than she had ever been, Chrissy stalked deeper into the darkness. "So why was your mother here?" Milo asked, closely following Chrissy. "Milo!" "No, it's fine, Todd," replied Chrissy, grateful for the question. "I don't know exactly how she came to be here. She didn't tell me. But when her dad died, her mom married again, and he started sexually assaulting her, raping her." "Oh, shit." "Yeah, and if that wasn't enough, she was abused by her own husband, my dad. But no one believed her. That would drive anyone into the loony bin." "Chris, do you really think this is a good idea? Maybe we should go home," Todd advised. "No, Todd. If you want to go home, that's fine. I'm staying." Chrissy's determination seemed almost thunderous in this confined space. It was a quality she inherited from her mother, a woman who the naysayers tried to force her into the identikit mold of the abused woman you might expect to see plastered on your TV screens and newspapers, blue and bloody beside the dishwasher. Instead, she was a born-again freedom fighter who learned her life lessons the hard way, like an up yours to a traditional fable. It was no wonder that Chrissy had such a difficult childhood. But she, much like her mother, refused to be packaged as a woman, fighting on the behalf of anyone who had ever been brutalized, anyone worn threadbare by abuse, anyone still haunted by the nightmares. Sharp, serrated pinpricks of terror, a spider-webbed mirror, a shard of glass, a calloused palm. The girl who used to throw bricks at street lamps and through store windows for nothing but her own amusement, who used to grieve as easily with laxatives as with a bottle of wine, and who used to hide the ladder of cuts on her arm, was no longer that little girl. Chrissy wasn't scared anymore. She had conquered her fear. She wanted to talk about her past, even if Todd didn't want her to. Todd liked to sugarcoat things and cower behind the happy illusion that things were better than they actually were. He wouldn't allow them to tackle issues head-on. Say one of their golfing friends, clad in one of those Argyle sweaters, mid-slurp of Long Island iced tea, mid-bite of a crustless cucumber sandwich, brought it up. Todd would swat it away and insist that it was only temporary. If Chrissy wanted to talk about something as mundane as what they were having for dinner, that would be fine. But if she wanted to talk about how she came to be in a psychiatric hospital when she should have been spending her gap year in Phuket, like any other student, then that would, of course, be off limits, which was why she had to come here, to this very hospital. "Oh my God, what is this place?" Milo asked, weirdly curious. "This," Chrissy replied, happy to answer, "was where they did the whole electroshock therapy thing." Milo shared a confused look with Todd. "How do you know that?" Chrissy smiled wryly. "I just do." Chrissy couldn't help imagining her mother in this room, putting her legs in stirrups and placing herself at the mercy of a masochistic doctor. "We are going to scour it out of you," he would spit, forcing a wet sponge between her lips. He would have her return a vegetable, someone who squeezes a nurse's hand to tell them you're still alive, someone who slurps liquidized food through a straw and shits in a bucket. With renewed determination, Chrissy crouched down to the floor, where it was dark and slippery, strewn with machine parts and moldy baby clothes. She reached into her backpack and produced a tumbler, a pen, and a piece of paper. "What are you doing?" Todd asked, his eyes following his partner's movements. "I wasn't planning on doing it here," Chrissy said, frustrated. "But if you would just work with me, then maybe we could—" "No," Todd objected immediately. "If you're doing what I think you're doing, then I'm out." "Oh, come on, Todd." Milo was surprisingly game. "Don't be such a buzzkill." "Last time I did it," Chrissy resumed, "I could hear my mother's screams. You know, I could really talk to her." Todd shook his head defiantly. "No, I'm not doing this." Chrissy switches off her torch and holds aloft a pack of candles before striking a match and lighting them. The feeble flames curl and sway and lick the dusty air. "Are we ready?" Chrissy asked, bathed in an ombre of red and black. Milo gestured to Todd to sit down. Finally, Todd acquiesced, taking them both by the hand so Chrissy could commence. "Great. Thanks, Todd. That means a lot." Chrissy began by setting an upturned tumbler on the paper, before reaching into her jean pocket for the yellowed, crumpled remains of a photo of her mother and her crooked smile. A smile that once upon a time, seemed to generate its own light, one that lit up everything around her. "Don't break the circle," Chrissy instructed the two men. "Whatever you do, do not break the circle." "Okay," Milo said, his voice trembling slightly. "Don't worry," Chrissy said warmly, forcing a note of levity, noticing that his voice had ascended an octave. "That's exactly what I was like when I first tried it." Todd and Milo looked at one another once again, almost in awe at Chrissy's newfound pastime. "Mom," Chrissy said, looking upwards, as though to some external force. "If the answer is yes, please slide the glass to the right. And if the answer is no, please slide the glass to the left. Okay? Mom, are you with us?" All eyes swiveled to the glass. Chrissy pursed her lips in nervous anticipation before looking up again, only a few moments later, to see the glass moving in Todd's direction to the right, its rim scraping across the floor. "Hiya, Mom." "Oh my God." Milo tried to retract his hand. "How did you—" "Shh." The glass moved back to the center. "Mom, I'm going to ask you some questions, all right? How are you doing this?" Milo demanded. Todd silenced him with the whites of his eyes. "Mom?" Chrissy called out, trying to re-establish the connection. "Mom, are you okay?" The tumbler moved to the right again. Chrissy smiled. Milo turned to Todd, who he thought would be on his side at this point, given this was his first time as well. But he too was riveted to his spot. "Joe, Mom, if you're still there, could you please write something for us? On this pen and paper?" Chrissy indicated the pen and paper in the center. The glass stirred yet again. "Ting, ting. That's amazing, Mom. What would you like to tell us?" The ballpoint was picked up and floated in mid-air before starting to glide across the page, leaving in its wake a long and inky sentence. "Tell them what they did to me, Chrissy. Tell them what they did." As a draft, wispy as a trail of jet exhaust, wafted across the room, all withering eyes, in unconscious tandem, moved in Chrissy's direction. The glass shattered. The whole room descended into a sudden flurry of accusations, and finally, the circle broke apart. "Jesus Christ!" Milo shouted, mopping his forehead with the back of his hand, trying to make sense of everything. "What just—" "I don't know," Todd answers, looking to Chrissy. I don't know." Chrissy's lips folded into a smile. "I told you it worked." "No." Milo stood back, his eyes wide with fear. "That is some nasty voodoo shit. Come on, Todd. She's crazy." "Crazy?" Chrissy said, feeling the cold fury hoard in her chest. "You think I'm crazy?" Seeking the exit, Milo ran headlong into the darkness, the scrape of his footfalls dissolving with his screams. "He won't get very far without a flashlight," Chrissy remarked. "He's right," Todd said, jerking to his feet. "You are crazy." "What?" "I don't know what's happened to you in these past few days, and I don't really care. But this has got to stop, Chris. It's this obsession. It's not normal. You don't think I'm normal? Do you understand what I'm saying? Todd screamed, his throat taut with desperation. I mean, do you really understand what I'm saying? This, he continued, grabbing her jaw, spittle landing on his cheek as he enunciated each word, is not normal. Go then. I don't need you anymore. My mom's here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Your mother isn't here. Chrissy so desperately wanted to prove her fiancé wrong. Oh, really? Chrissy could only sit and watch as the man she loved doubled back and wailed in pain, falling to the ground with a terrific thud. He reached for his foot, as though to favor his leg, much like a wounded animal. What the fuck? Todd tweaked his trouser leg to reveal a 3-pronged scratch on the back of his leg. Did that hurt? She asked, savoring this moment. Something changed in Todd's expression. His surroundings suddenly felt hazy and distant, as though on the other side of a glass wall. You're insane, Chrissy, he said, struggling to his feet, running for the exit. You're insane. This was Chrissy's cue to look back in her bag and find her EMF meter, holding it out in front of her. It made a distinct clicking noise, its crackle like the one that heralded the beginning of a Western or a grainy VHS tape. Mom, he's gone, Chrissy said, checking Todd had definitely left. It's just us now, I promise you. Just us. Chrissy sank to the ground and tried to keep an absolute silence, so that all could be heard was the solitary metronome of her EMF meter. I'm here now, Mom. I'm here. Click, click, click. The rain started as a whisper, soft droplets against the pavement, gentle tapping on window panes. It slid down the marble columns of the Lancaster estate, tracing thin veins of water over the stone, as if the house itself were bleeding. The air was thick with petrichor, the earthy scent of damp soil mixing with the ghostly perfume of jasmine from the overgrown trellis near the entrance. The sound of the rain was a symphony. Each drops a note in a haunting melody. Samuel Lancaster stood in the doorway, the dim light from the crystal chandelier behind him casting his long shadow across the polished floor. His hands rested at his sides, fingers twitching as if longing to close around something solid. There she was, past the wrought iron gate, the empty street, and the veil of shifting mist. The woman. She hadn't moved in over an hour. The street lamp's sickly glow barely touched her figure, making her less a person and more a presence, a smear of darkness against the silver rain, a too-still silhouette, head tilted slightly, hair damp and clinging to her face like seaweed. Her dress, though soaked through, didn't shiver in the wind. The rain should have driven her away by now, made her step back, retreat, turn. But she stood like a statue left out in the storm, untouched by the cold. Her eyes, a piercing shade of blue, seemed to hold a secret. Samuel exhaled slowly, his breath fogging in the night air. A drop of water slid from his temple to his jaw, tracing a path like a fingertip, slow and deliberate. His heartbeat drummed a quiet rhythm beneath his ribs. She was watching him. The space between them crackled with tension, like a held breath, stretched taut, waiting to snap. The wind carried the faint creak of the gate as it swayed, as if something had nudged it to open an inch. He should turn away. He should close the door, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The suspense was palpable, hanging in the air like the heavy scent of jasmine. 3 months earlier. The funeral was as it should have been, quiet, respectful, and filled with the appropriate sorrow. A sea of black-clad mourners huddled beneath a sky heavy with unshed rain, their hushed whispers blending with the wind and their murmured condolences dissolving into the damp air. The scent of fresh earth and dying flowers clung to the cemetery, a cloying mix of life and decay. Samuel stood beside Rose's parents, his posture perfectly composed, his hands cold despite the warm breeze that drifted through the headstones. The wind carried the distant chime of church bells, a sound that should have been comforting, but instead felt like a warning, hollow and stretched too thin. Rose's mother clung to him, her grip trembling, the sharp edges of her nails pressing into the sleeve of his tailored suit. The silk barely shielded him from the pressure, and he wondered absently if she realized how tightly she was holding on, as if he were the last thread tying her daughter's memory to the world. "She loved you so much, Samuel," she whispered, her voice fragile, her breath warm against his shoulder. She always talked about how lucky she was. He let his arms wrap around her, his grip firm but distant, offering comfort in the way one might comfort a stranger. His voice was smooth and practiced. "I was the lucky one." The words sat heavy on his tongue, yet weightless in his chest. After the service, his boss pulled him aside, speaking in the hushed, measured tone people reserved for grief they did not fully understand. "Take all the time you need," he said. "A loss like this, I can't imagine. We'll hold things down at the office." Samuel nodded, thanked him, and allowed himself to be led away. He had learned his role well, the grieving husband, the shattered man. But grief did not settle in his bones the way it should have. It did not wrap around his chest like a vice, and did not steal his lungs' breath. The days that followed blurred into routine. Once filled with soft laughter and the scent of jasmine tea, the house was now an echo chamber of silence. The bed felt too large, the sheets too smooth, and the bed was untouched on one side. The absence was loud in ways he had never anticipated. The refrigerator's hum at night, the absence of her toothbrush beside his, the ghost of her perfume in the closet, clinging to clothes she would never wear again. His attempts to find solace in his routine only highlighted the void left by her absence. He returned to work, slipping into meetings with robotic precision. His colleagues watched him from the corners of their eyes, their whispers thick with assumptions. His struggle to connect with others was palpable, and his isolation was a heavy shroud. Tennis became an escape, something physical, something that burned. The slam of the ball against the court, the sting of exertion in his muscles. He played too hard, his swings reckless, and the force behind each hit made the others exchange wary glances. "You okay, Sam?" one of them asked after he missed an easy return, standing frozen at the net, his grip tightening around the handle of his racket. He forced a smile. "Just tired." They didn't believe him. 3 months later. It had been exactly 3 months since Rose's funeral. It was also her birthday. The sky was the color of slate, heavy and bruised with approaching rain. The first droplets streaked against the windshield as Samuel drove home, the rhythmic hiss of the wipers cutting through the silence. The city blurred past in smears of neon and shadow, the rain distorting the world into something unreal, something shifting. Then he saw her. She stood on the sidewalk near his building, her frame half illuminated by a flickering street lamp. A woman, barefoot, half naked, her soaked dress clinging to her like a second skin. Her dark hair hung in wet ropes over her face, strands plastered against her pale cheek. Samuel's hands clenched around the wheel, fingers pressing deep into the worn leather. The rain ran down her body in thin rivulets, but something darker streaked her skin. Mud? Blood? The water pooled at her feet, carried swirls of something deep red, vanishing into the gutter. His foot hesitated on the accelerator. The headlights cast her in stark relief. The sharp planes of her face, the unnatural stillness of her posture, the way her shoulders trembled, but her gaze did not falter. It was as if time had frozen, and Samuel was trapped in this eerie moment. She was looking at him, his chest tightened, breath catching somewhere between his ribs. Just drive past. Don't stop. He swallowed, forced his foot down, and the car lurched forward. The engine's low hum filled the space around him, but it did nothing to drown out the nagging pulse at the back of his mind. His inner turmoil was a storm raging within him, threatening to consume him. Check the mirror. His eyes flicked upward. She hadn't moved. The rain distorted everything, turning streetlights into watery halos and reflections into shifting phantoms. But she was still there, standing in the same spot, watching. Samuel's throat felt dry, his pulse hammering too fast against his skin. He exhaled sharply, rolling his shoulders, forcing himself to let go of the tension gripping his spine. A trick of the rain, an exhausted mind conjuring ghosts where none existed. He repeated this mantra, trying to convince himself, but the disbelief in his own words was palpable. He told himself that all the way home. As the storm drummed against his windows and thunder rattled the glass that night, he dreamt of her. And the next time it rained, she was there again. His colleagues noticed at work. During lunch meetings, he barely touched his food, stirring it absently, his gaze vacant as though listening to something only he could hear. His coffee sat untouched, growing cold. On the tennis court, he flinched when the first drops of rain hit the ground, his grip tightening around the racket like a lifeline. He missed easy shots. His movements were sluggish, his reaction time dull, as if something invisible weighed him down. Conversations trailed off when he entered the room. Stares lingered too long. They thought he didn't notice, but he did. The way his coworkers watched him from the corners of their eyes, whispering in hushed tones, their concern curdling into unease. One afternoon, his boss pulled him aside, his voice laced with careful hesitation. "Sam, are you all right?" There was a measured pause. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Samuel forced a laugh, a short, hollow sound that scraped against his throat. "Just haven't been sleeping well." A lie, a thin, brittle thing. No one believed him. And then, on the 7th night of rain, he saw her again. Not a faceless, blood-streaked specter. Her, Rosa. She stood beneath the street lamp, motionless, the downpour slicking her hair to her skin. Her dress, the same one from their last night together, clung to her like the tide that had swallowed her whole. Satin, deep blue, heavy with rain, darkened at the hem with something thicker than water. Samuel's breath turned to ice in his lungs. Her dark hair fell in familiar waves over her shoulders, curling like the foam of breaking waves. Her lips trembled just slightly, but her eyes, God, her eyes, were locked onto him with a weight that crushed the air from his chest. lightning slashed across the sky. In that brief, stuttering flash of light, he saw her fully, the pallor of her skin, the sheen of water clinging to her, and the deep red staining the hem of her dress, blooming outward like ink in water. And then she screamed. The sound ripped through the night, a jagged, guttural wail that shattered something inside him. It wasn't just in his ears, inside his skull, bones, and himself. A raw, piercing shriek clawed at his mind, peeling him open and unraveling him like thread stripped from the edge of a frayed rope. Samuel collapsed, knees hitting the pavement, hands clamping over his ears. Stop! 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 But the scream didn't stop. It wouldn't stop. Because it wasn't just a scream. It was rage. It was pain. It was vengeance. It drowned him, dragged him under like the waves had dragged her. And in that suffocating abyss, a memory surfaced, sharp, inescapable. Not an accident. Not a misstep. He had killed her. The wine glass trembled in his grip. The slow swirl of the drug dissolves, invisible, into a deep red. Her laughter had softened and slurred. Her eyelids had fluttered, her body leaning into him with blind trust. How he had lifted her effortlessly over the yacht's railing. Her body had hit the water like a whisper. Silent, vanishing into the dark. He had watched the bubbles rise, population vanish. He had waited, waited, waited. She never came back up. And yet now, here she was. The hospital was quiet, save for the rain tapping against the barred windows, a ceaseless rhythmic whisper against the glass. The fluorescent lights hummed faintly above, casting a cold, sterile glow over the pale walls. The air smelled of antiseptic and damp linen, the scent settling heavy in Samuel's lungs like a weight he could never quite exhale. He sat hunched on the stiff mattress, hands tangled in his graying hair, his fingers pressing into his scalp as if trying to dig something out. A memory, a voice, a nightmare that refused to die. The orderlies moved past his door in shuffling patterns, their voices distant, their presence insignificant. He barely noticed them anymore. They came, they went. They pushed little white pills into his palm and watched to ensure he swallowed. It didn't matter. The pills did nothing. Nothing could stop her. A flash of lightning split the sky. Samuel turned his head toward the window, his breath already shallow, his muscles locking tight. He knew what he would see. He always did. She was there. Standing just beyond the bars, the pale, flickering light haloed her body. Her soaked dress clung to her frame, the dark, heavy fabric dripping onto the windowsill. Her bare feet hovered above the rain-slicked pavement outside, toes barely grazing the surface. They were not touching, never touching. Her hair, once soft waves that tumbled over her shoulders, now hung in tangled ropes, strands sticking to the sunken hollows of her face. Her skin, pallid and waterlogged, stretched too tight over her cheekbones. Her lips, blue, trembling, parted slightly, but no breath escaped. Her appearance was a grotesque mockery of the woman he once knew. She stared. Samuel's pulse thudded against his ribs. His stomach turned, but he couldn't move. He never could. Her arm rose, slow and deliberate, droplets sliding from her fingertips. A single shaking finger extended, pointing directly at him. Accusing, unrelenting. Then, the scream. The room shattered with sound. Not just a noise, not just a voice. A force. A jagged, piercing wail rattled the glass, made the walls tremble and tore through him. Samuel clamped his hands over his ears, but it was useless. The scream wasn't just in the air. It was inside him. It flooded his veins and scraped at the marrow of his bones. It filled every corner of the room and every cell of his body, vibrating, suffocating, and drowning. He slammed himself against the wall, gasping, clawing at his arms, trying to rip something out, something buried beneath his skin. His own sobs broke through, raw and animalistic, but the scream only grew louder, pressing against his skull like a storm waiting to burst. His futile escape attempts only served to highlight his desperation. No one came to help him. No one ever did. The hospital's silence, the absence of any comforting presence, only deepened his isolation. The rain poured outside, heavy, relentless, a drumbeat to his unraveling. She did not leave. She never would. She never would. Shimmering silver. And lo, it rained from the sky. Ripples of blue echoed through the air, akin to the early morning, as if the sun rent the veil of night. Terror enveloped me, but in wonderment, that fear fast diminished. The stiz of the night sky dulled in its presence, as the horizon was engulfed by billowy white clouds, tinged with fiery wisps at their fringes, as the light faded and the celestial gift plummeted to earth. Its descent, accompanied by a shrill and discordant whistle. The ephemeral day drew to a close and yielded once more to the night. The stars reclaimed their brilliance, and the blue turned to black. My eyes were unable to avert their gaze from this wondrous sight, for it was a blissful offering from the heavens that had fallen into the nearby woods, a gift meant for me to open. Curiosity stirred within me, urging me to quell any lingering doubts. I resolved to march towards the crater and pull at the ribbon. This treasure would be mine, and mine alone. I longed to weave my hands through its warmth, allowing it to cool against my breath. I loved it, truly and deeply, that distant thud that shuddered the house upon its landing was a summons directed at me, a beckoning that could not be ignored. It craved my affection. A nervous dread enveloped me as I ventured through the gnarled branches of the forest, the scent of gasoline and wood smoke pervading the air. The fumes stung my eyes, obscuring my surroundings in a milky haze. Without the need for sight, I followed the call that brought me to the hearth of this fire, not conveyed in words, but in a sorrowful melody that could be felt in each nerve of my being. Once again, the dread is hammered down, pushed deep below the all-encompassing love, until its weight rendered it to a mere powder. Large swells of smoke undulated from the center of the impact. They swirled in a tumultuous motion, reminiscent of the foaming waves of an enraged sea crashing upon steadfast rocks. Within this chaotic display, a cocoon of pale, crystalline air gleamed with grandeur. As I ventured closer, my sweat evaporated into wisps of vapor that quickly became one with the swelling smoke. With a sweeping motion, I waved my hand through the glaze and arrived at its core, a shimmering silver presence floated before me. The tears washed my eyes clear so that I could gaze upon it without hindrance. It blotted out the sky, an immense entity that defied reason. And yet I found myself able to cradle it within the palm of my hand. Its touch ignited the ground and transformed the landscape into a fiery inferno, while an inexplicable chill permeated the air. At first glance, it appeared a flawless, perfectly round sphere, but in the next moment, it danced and twirled around me like raindrops caught in a volatile storm. It possessed the ability to mirror the surroundings, reflecting the woods with pristine clarity. And then, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a radiant light, coated in an oil-like substance that bestowed upon it all the colors of the rainbow, shifting in hue from dusk to dawn. "I am here," I said, though the words were not solely my own, as they harmoniously echoed from the mouths of others surrounding me. Men, women, and children wept in unison. We had all answered its call, yet my love surpassed theirs. The essence of who I am wailed as well. But I disregarded their cries and sought solace in the shade of the towering trees, those too strong and old to be ripped up from the ground. Their shade would shield me from the sight of what I had to do, what the silver needed of me. It could love only one. Their blood warmed my hands as the core of this silver was washed with a chill air. "Have I earned your love?" I asked. My voice resounded in solitude. The words curled in the air with grace like a spectral mist. The wind took my question, ascended high until it could no longer be seen, blended into the bright light of the silver entity. And in that moment, fear seized me. Incomprehensible utterances trembled through the broken branches of the surrounding trees. Leaves bled embers, and the ground receded beneath me. The dread and doubt that I had buried, crushed, and disregarded were no longer fleeting moments of uncertainty. They had consumed my entire existence. For a brief spell, I was free to see that I had become prey, groomed and lured by that which hungered mightily. I rose high, as light as a feather caught in the storm, akin to spoken words ensnared in searing mist on a cold night. The silver transmuted into something else entirely. Initially, it enveloped me in a blanket of velvet warmth. Soon thereafter, tendrils began to thread through my skin, knitting us together as one. At first, it felt like love, a pulse of soft ecstasy, goose-pimpling my skin. But that moment was fleeting. Soon after, I could feel pure ice weave through my bones. I looked on as it clambered over my body, its face taking shape until the silver became a mirror, the reflection a scared man, a familiar stranger. As it kissed me, I felt myself fall back down to earth and into the dark. The ground was where I awoke, reminiscent of an abandoned runt from the litter. Nestled amidst the fallen leaves, I awaited the break of true day. At first, I crawled, my movements uncertain, until the recollection of walking flooded back to me. Faltering over clumsy feet towards my mother, her radiance shimmered with pride. She couldn't hold back the tears. A memory, long forgotten, and not my own, brought to the surface only now that it was needed. I ran, as an inexplicable force propelled me forward, urging me to something unknown. It evoked within me an overwhelming desperation, an emotion so deep I struggled to grasp an understanding of its purpose. I dashed homeward, burst through the door, and tumbled up the stairs. A confusing dread clawed at its cage. The sight of an empty bed where two once slumbered brought me to tears. But why? In the adjacent room, a smaller bed intended for a child remained empty and unmade. Two voices among the countless last night now bore an eerie familiarity. The dried blood that coated my arms began to burn and itch. A lingering presence persisted within me, a parasite of the man that should be long lost amidst the rubble of the void. In boundless darkness, his tormented screams resounded and reverberated through the depths of my being, erupting from my own lips in a howl of pain, wrestling control. The feeble flickering of light, mere fleeting moments of dominance, witnessed this vessel gain possession of a knife. "I am your gift," I whispered to him, my voice laced with wisdom. "Watch from your shelter of safety as I give purpose to your existence. Allow my love to radiate through you, turning the shadows into everlasting day." Yet he paid no heed to my words, dismissing my guidance without a second thought. I plunged it deep into my throat, succumbing to the irrepressible urge to die, as if it had become my sole purpose. Deeper still, I drove the blade until the pouring wound wept tears of red, and then shimmering silver. "Well, beyond the fence. I'm gonna take a freight train down at the station, Lord. I don't care where it goes. Gonna climb a mountain, the highest mountain. I'll jump off, nobody gonna know. The Marshall Tucker Band. I'm so angry. I did my best. I really did. That road from the army base where we live now, running out west towards that looted Costo outlet near Corvallis, is littered with abandoned cars and trucks, all rusting out, tires flat, gas tank lids and caps open. I know all the places where you have to go off-road to get around them, but there are always things you just can't predict. The law of unintended consequences, they call it. That's what happened to me, I guess. I became an unintended consequence. I don't know. Maybe that's not right. I'm not thinking very clearly right now. Molly, too, my Staffordshire Terrier. She was an unintended consequence as well, maybe. I guess. I felt worse about her in the end, honestly. I loved Molly so much. Those little fuckers. I hate them so much, and now I am them. The old Toyota 4Runner was running pretty smooth despite the degraded quality of the fuel that was left to us, and it only bogged down on me a few times during the drive, but never stalled out. When I reached the parking lot, I came to a stop by the loading docks, like always. I grabbed the cut-down Remington 12-gauge and stuffed the box of pumpkin balls into my jacket pocket. Normally, I would have left the driver's side door open, but I had to keep Molly inside. I certainly wasn't bringing her in there. The rear door to the Costco was still propped open, just like it always is, and I found the battered old orange hand truck sitting right there in the corner, just like it always is. Things looked much as they always did. I couldn't hear anything, but I still kept the shotgun pointed directly ahead of me as I entered the store floor from the back room. I clicked on the small flashlight mounted to the barrel with some electrical tape and squinted into the darkness. I waited 15 seconds, then another 15, and then I entered. I left the hand truck right there and proceeded very slowly. It was my turn to do this today, and I never argued against it when my turn came. But Kaylee was my only remaining child, and I had to get back to her. I was in no big rush. I simply had to do my job and get back. I'm just so angry now. I really messed this up. I took a can of baked beans off the closest shelf and threw it as far as I could down one of the aisles, and then I shuffled back a few steps to see what would happen, listening for the sound of footsteps, ready to run if there were too many. I heard nothing. I waited 15 seconds, then another 15, and then I moved forward. A short time later, I had the first load of supplies stacked up on the hand truck. I left it there and checked the back room again with the flashlight beam on my shotgun, and then checked the back parking lot for a moment just to make sure everything was cool out there too. Seeing nothing of concern, I hauled the first load of supplies out and loaded them into the back of the 4Runner as quietly as possible. When I returned, I took all of the same precautions. I made no assumptions. But again, everything seemed clear, so I went ahead and gathered up the rest of the supplies. In the end, I had canned foods, batteries, bottled water and juice, toilet paper, napkins, Tylenol, garbage bags, t-shirts, vitamins, and a few other things. There wasn't very much left at that Costco by that point, but we didn't go much further into the more previously populated urban areas until it became truly necessary. Again, I checked the back room and the parking lot before I hauled the hand truck out through the loading dock door and placed everything in the back of the old Toyota SUV as quietly as possible. Then I heard the sound of something being knocked over coming through the rear door of the Costco outlet. It sounded metallic, maybe a bucket or a garbage pail being tipped over or something like that. I pointed my shotgun in that direction for a second and then jumped into the driver's seat of the Toyota and drove off. I had what I came for, and Molly was barking like crazy. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours, maybe more, to get back to the base, and I had already traveled at least that same amount of time, just getting there earlier that day. I would definitely have to refuel from the tanks in the back soon. I was ready to push on through, but when it started raining, I knew it would take much longer, and it would be much more dangerous. I had to rethink my plans. I knew a place. It was more important that I just got back to Kaylee than getting back right away. I knew she would be scared if I didn't return that night, but that's obviously better than not returning at all. My sister Amy would comfort her as much as possible. I wasn't looking forward to my night either, but Amy would take care of her until I got there with the supplies. Like I said, I knew a place. It was just past a highway exit sign for Langhorne Avenue. That sign has a red letter X spray painted across it. Everyone knows what that means. Just past that exit, along the side of the road just before you reach Redmond, there is a little sleep spot we sometimes use when we have to. It is proven safe. It used to be a small electrical substation, just a little 8 by 12 steel structure, about 10 feet tall, that once housed some power transmission equipment. At some point, someone gutted it out, and you can still see the old components rusting there just outside of the door, the tall grass growing up through the cracks. I pulled the Toyota around in front of that old substation, but I kept the engine running, and I stayed inside for a little while and used my binoculars to search the surrounding area for signs of movement. The sky was gray and the sun was setting, but I saw nothing of concern. So eventually I grabbed the shotgun and my travel bag and got out of the SUV as cautiously and quietly as possible. I left the driver's side door open, despite the light rain. I didn't want to make any unnecessary noise, and if I needed to make a quick escape, that could make the difference. Once Molly and I were inside that old substation, I quickly closed the door behind me and dropped the zip-tie bundled rebar bolts into place. Then I stood there by the door for a while, holding my shotgun, but I didn't hear anything outside, and eventually I relaxed a bit. They don't like the rain, but you never really know. The filthy old mattress was a welcome sight. I sat there as I ate a cold can of Chef Boyardee raviolis. They were so delicious, and I took my time. It was a treat. I had dog food and water for Molly, too. She was happy as well. Afterwards, I laid my sleeping bag out on the mattress, and Molly and I fell asleep to the fading sound of rain pattering off the steel roof. It was nice. A few hours later, I was awoken by the sound of Molly's growling and barking. She was standing by the door, and I could hear the sounds of screaming and scratching coming from the other side. I grabbed my shotgun and pulled Molly back, breathing heavily, hoping the door would hold. I checked the rebar bolts. The door seemed solid. After a while, the rain picked up. The violent sounds coming from outside faded away, and then I set the shotgun down and returned to the bed. It was hard to find sleep again. I stared up into the darkness for a while. It was just over 3 years ago when it all began. A facility in the woods of northern Montana where they housed and performed tests on children who had been exposed to experimental biochemical weapons in various locations around the world. Things were fine there until they were not. The confused and sometimes conflicting news reports at the time mostly said that there was an antivirus that was administered to those kids on a daily basis. But one day the supplies ran out. Then, by the next morning, that facility was overrun. Blood and gore. The fences went down. But what no one knew until then was that it was contagious. Most people past the age of adolescence quickly succumb to it, but not everyone. No one really knows why. It all happened very quickly. And then it was all over, and I mean all of it. Everything. The world is very different now. This part of the world, anyway. I really don't know what it's like elsewhere. We don't receive news reports anymore. I eventually fell asleep and woke up a few hours later with Molly cuddled up by my side. I fed her some kibble for breakfast, and then I ate a granola bar and drank a bottle of water and packed up my gear. I looked out through the 2 small peepholes before leaving the safety of the substation with Molly by my side. The rain had stopped, but it was still gray and cloudy. I guess I made a little too much noise unbolting and opening the door. As soon as we stepped outside, I heard the clattering from behind the substation and on the low rooftop overhead. They must have just waited out there all night. I didn't know they were capable of that. I thought they just retreated back into the woods once they quit the hunt. Molly paid the price, not me. I hate myself for that. I hate myself. When they pounced, I fired my shotgun twice and blasted 2 of them in the chest and put them down. Both teenage boys, stark naked and filthy, with elongated nails and teeth, long straggly hair, moving with predatory speed. Unfortunately, there were 3 more who fell on Molly, 2 adults and a kid. I was about to take another shot, but they were all over her, and trust me, she was fighting back like a fucking monster. But I just saw no way to not hit her as well. After a few seconds, I realized she would soon be dead anyway, so I just unloaded my remaining 4 shells and killed them all, including Molly. I was so angry, but I started crying right away. I'm still enraged. They made me kill Molly, those little fuckers. As I was making my way to the driver's side door of the Toyota with my head down and staring at the grass through my tear-blurred vision, that's when the last one got me. He was just a little kid, maybe 10 years old. Perhaps that's why he held back when the others rushed in. I don't know. Who can say? Who knows how they think? I guess I will know soon enough. It's already starting. He came around from the back of the lift gate and dove at me and bit me on my forearm. There was only the one quick bite before I turned around and smashed him in the forehead with the butt of my Remington. But as soon as I got into the Forerunner and closed the door, I could see that he had drawn blood. I wiped it off with my bandana and poured some rubbing alcohol on it. I was scared, but I still had some hope. I had my fingers crossed, but I still had some hope. That hope faded quickly along the drive back to the base. I feel sick now. I feel very sick, and it's just getting worse. My head is starting to pound, and I feel like I might need to vomit. My teeth and gums and my fingernails and toenails are all starting to ache. My vision is changing, and my throat is dry. I'm starting to make some involuntary growling sounds, and I cannot stop gripping the steering wheel with all of the strength in my hands. I want to just get out of the Toyota and run. It doesn't even matter where. I was planning to just drop off these supplies by the front gates of the base and then leave. But it's still at least a 2-hour drive, and I am afraid of who or what I will be by the time I get there. I think I have to just turn around right now and drive in the opposite direction for as long as I possibly can. I have reloaded the Remington, and I am keeping it handy. I am sweating and drooling pretty hard now. I can't help it. My clothes are also starting to feel extremely uncomfortable. I think I might need to pull over and remove my shirt and boots soon. Maybe my jeans too. I don't think I can take this too much longer. I keep looking at the woods along the side of the road. I just want to run off into the trees. I want to scream. I want to eat something while it is still breathing. Mostly, I just want to end this before it gets worse. I know that I will never see Kaylee again, and even more than what happened to Molly, that's what makes me feel so sick. I'm sure my sister Amy will take good care of her, but still, I just feel so sick. I keep looking at the woods and at the Remington. I just have to keep driving for a little bit longer now. The radio stations all went dark years ago, and there's only one stupid old CD stuck inside the dashboard stereo in this Toyota for me to listen to as I drive, the Marshall Tucker Band. So I turn it up. What else am I going to do? The hum of the motor is hurting my head, and the lyrics seem right. I'm gonna find me a hole in the wall. I'm gonna crawl inside and die. But no, I don't think so. That would be too easy. I think I'm gonna die with my boots on, and I'm definitely gonna bring some of you little bastards with me. Get ready to eat some of these 12-gauge pumpkin balls. It's not going to be pretty. I'm gonna cut some of you little demons in half while I still can. As many of you as possible until my ammo runs out. I owe that much to Kaylee and Molly and Amy and all of the others. I see a red letter X spray painted on the exit sign up ahead. I'll be there soon. You'll know when I arrive, you little fuckers. Trust me, you'll know. The next step. Tristan stirred the sickly green tea in his mug, watching the bag bob up and down in murky suspension. He took a sip, cringed, and grunted in disgust. Far from being satisfying, he thought it tasted like wet grass and regret. He sighed and left the break room, entering the office corridor and pressing the elevator button with the same tired resignation he'd applied to his third cup that morning. The mirrored elevator doors reflected a man worn thin, tired eyes, and a mouth set in a permanent downturn. He tried not to look at the strands of premature gray creeping over his ears. He took another sip of his matcha, forcing himself to swallow, trying not to think of how closely the drink resembled something he once scraped off the wheels of his lawnmower. Sighing heavily, Tristan glanced at his watch. He'd had back-to-back meetings all morning and hadn't felt needed for any of them, having so far only sat silently, taking notes and nodding as higher-ups talked in circles for an hour while ultimately saying nothing. Just a few more years, he reminded himself for the millionth time. A few more years proving yourself, then you'll be promoted to manager, then director, then you'll have made it. He took another sip of matcha and grimaced, struggling between forcing himself to swallow or spitting it out. It was a few moments before he noticed the old man who had come to stand beside him, waiting for the elevator. The old man looked sideways at Tristan and grinned. Just switched to tea, eh? Tristan forced himself to finally swallow and nodded. Yeah. The old man chuckled and said, "That look on your face, oof! You're a coffee guy, am I right?" Tristan examined the old man's face. He was ancient, likely pushing 90, but he wasn't a senior executive or even on the board. Tristan had memorized all their faces. Not really in the mood to make small talk with some random old guy, Tristan just nodded. "Thought so," the old man continued conversationally. "Let me guess, it wasn't your idea." Tristan frowned down at the tea in his hand and said, "My girlfriend suggested it." "Ah, another young pup, just doing as he's told." The old man chuckled again. "It's a shame you don't know how to think for yourself." Tristan bristled slightly at the remark, but didn't want to cause a scene at work by telling this guy off. So he forced himself to remain silent by drinking more matcha. The old man looked sideways at him and shook his head in disappointment. "Nothing? Pity. I hoped you had more spine than that." Tristan turned to face the man, his brows pressing together as he clenched a fist. "What's your problem?" Tristan demanded angrily. The old man laughed. "That's more like it. I knew there was still someone alive in there." The old man poked Tristan in the chest and laughed again. Tristan sneered and turned back to the elevator, wondering just what the hell was taking the damn thing so long. "You'll be waiting a long time if you just stand here," the old man said. "Feel free to take the stairs," Tristan snapped. "I don't mean the elevator, kid," the old man said, suddenly serious. "Your goals, your dreams. I assume you have some. Let me tell you, no one ever got anywhere by just waiting. You gotta find it yourself." "Yeah, well, no one's told me where else to look yet, so," Tristan replied coldly. "And you're just waiting to be told, eh? Want the world to just hand you everything you want? That's the problem with you kids. You think your dreams just come true on their own?" Tristan exhaled sharply, having had enough of being lectured by a stranger of no importance. He opened his mouth, ready to tell the old guy exactly what he thought. Then something was pressed into his chest. A folded sheet of paper, bronzed by time. "Lucky for you, kid," the old man whispered conspiratorially. "That's exactly how your world works today." What is this?" Tristan asked suspiciously, his anger suddenly replaced with confusion. He carefully peeled back a corner of the folded paper. It looked like trash to him. He wondered if the old man was simply crazy. "That, young blood, is a map," the old man said, pointing at the paper. "A map to a priceless reward. I can tell by looking at you that you're not where you want to be in life. You follow that map, and your life will be forever changed." "This is a joke, right?" Tristan asked. "You're giving me a treasure map? What is this, Uncharted?" "It's okay, young blood," the old man grinned. "I didn't believe at first either, when a stranger handed me that thing. Took me 37 years to take it seriously. Wasted a lot of time. But if I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have hesitated for a second." The intense sincerity with which the man spoke made Tristan uneasy, but at the same time he had felt a rush of excitement course through him. Even if the man was crazy, this was the most interesting thing that had ever happened to him, so why not play along? "Okay then," Tristan began, slowly unfolding the supposed map, deciding to humor the man for now. "What's this reward? And why didn't you take it yourself?" "No, boy, I did take it," the old man insisted. "Everyone gets their own reward. That map you're holding will guide you to a place that exists on no other map. From there, it will show you the way through the maze." "Maze?" Tristan repeated, still not sure if he should be taking this seriously or not. "Yes, or a labyrinth more like. The map will lead you to the center, where you can claim your personal reward. But there's a condition to claim it. You have to pay it forward." Tristan stared down at the map in his hands. It was so fragile, worn thin, and creased with countless folds. It felt like it was going to crumble to dust in his hands. The old man turned and began walking away, just as the elevator dinged to announce its arrival. "What you do next is up to you, but take some free advice. Don't waste half your life wondering about it." Over the following days, Tristan kept telling himself the old man was crazy. A treasure map? Ridiculous. But a part of him was intrigued, even more so when he asked around the office for the old man, and no one seemed to have ever seen him. He couldn't really explain why he decided to listen to the old man in the end, but Tristan left his home and began his search. He didn't tell anyone where he was going. He took all the vacation days he had, then took off. After weeks of travel, all doubts about the map vanished as he found the place it led to. Tristan stood in a forgotten valley as the sun began to fall behind the horizon, looking in awe at the towering dark walls before him. They stretched infinitely to the left and right of where he stood, fading into the dwindling light in the distance and even stretching into the darkening sky. An archway towered over Tristan, a gaping mouth that marked the entrance to this place. Tristan almost expected lightning to split the sky. How could this monolith go undiscovered? Who had built it and why? These questions and countless more swirled around Tristan's mind like a hurricane, but they didn't matter. Not when he was this close. He had doubted that this whole adventure would lead to anything, but there was no denying it now. Tristan turned the map over in his hands, searching the back and the corners for what to do next. But there was nothing. The old man had told him the map would also guide him to the center of the labyrinth, but Tristan saw nothing that would help him the rest of the way. "Find me!" a voice suddenly whispered in the wind. Tristan jumped so much he nearly tore the map in half. He turned on the spot and searched for whoever had spoken. but he was in an empty field. There wasn't another person in sight. "Find me!" the voice whispered again, more urgently this time. Tristan turned again as he realized where the voice was coming from. It was speaking from within the labyrinth, a voice born on the wind that breathed out of the labyrinth's depths. Swallowing his nerves, Tristan took a hesitant step into the labyrinth. The world exhaled. Everything fell silent. Glancing over his shoulder, Tristan's face paled in an instant. The massive archway he had just stepped through had vanished. Instead, he was staring at a section of wall made of flat, dark stones that towered overhead, disappearing into the sky. Tristan stumbled forward and pressed his hand against the wall, pressing hard and breathing fast. "No, no, no, no," Tristan muttered in a panic as he felt all around the wall, looking for a way to get back out, but to no avail. After a few minutes of fruitless efforts, Tristan sat down in the dirt with his back against the wall, wondering what he should do now. He took several slow, deep breaths and managed to ease his sense of panic. As he calmed down, he began to examine the area around him. There were 3 paths, leading left, right, and directly ahead of him. Each one stretched into shadows. Tristan looked down at the useless map in his hands. To his shock, the map had changed. The instructions that had been there, that had led him to the labyrinth's entrance, had gone. Now there was a detailed drawing of the labyrinth itself. As Tristan watched, he saw that the illustration was still growing, the black lines spreading as though sketched by numerous invisible hands. As Tristan watched in awe, the black ink filled the page until the full labyrinth was drawn out, an intricate spider's web with a large empty square at its center. "Find me," the voice whispered once more. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. Tristan swallowed hard as he tried to wrap his head around what was happening, then nodded once as if he just convinced himself to continue. The map clearly marked the center of the labyrinth, and Tristan noticed tiny dots following the path to his left. Without another moment of hesitation, Tristan turned and followed the directions, moving quickly, but cautiously, into the hidden depths. As Tristan followed the map's instructions, he heard the grinding of stones frequently, and could swear that whenever he looked at the map, it had changed slightly. There was no way of knowing what the other halls contained, but he could hear things lurking in darkness, stomping and slithering out of sight. He was certain they could hear him too, maybe even smell him. He didn't want to think about what would happen if he wandered down the wrong path. There came a point, after hours of wandering, where Tristan's path split into 2 corridors. The map clearly told him to go right, but Tristan felt a strong pull to go left instead. He had no idea what was down that path. He had no reason to veer off the safe route and pursue whatever was down that way, but the desire was almost overwhelming. He took a single step to the left, staring wistfully into the darkness. "There's something incredible down there," he thought. Whatever strange force was calling to him felt as familiar as going home after a long time away. It called to him, not in words, but in a way he could feel, like a thought he didn't remember having, a memory he'd never lived. But it was as dark as any other path, and utterly, deathly, silent. Despite this, Tristan could almost swear the air felt warmer down that path. Tristan took another step forward, dreaming of what wonders might be that way. "Find me," the voice whispered again, louder. Tristan snapped out of his dreamlike state. He turned and hurried along the path the map told him to go, already forgetting about the alluring alternative route that had called to him. Tristan lost track of how long he had been walking. though it felt like days. He rounded another bend and saw the infinitely large hall widen, revealing a bright silver light. Tristan gasped slightly as he realized this was the center of the labyrinth. He'd made it. Stumbling forward, Tristan fell to his knees on the grass before a raised platform that marked the center of the maze. Wiping the sweat from his eyes, Tristan glanced around, taking in his unremarkable surroundings. The only thing in the courtyard to see was the platform in front of him and the tall, shining object standing atop it. The light seemed to emanate from the object itself. It had an ornate frame made of silver, which twinkled enticingly. The frame held a simple, full-length mirror. Tristan stared up at the mirror with growing confusion. Was this it? This was the prize? "Find me," the voice whispered again suddenly, this time with much more insistence. Tristan flinched at the sound, as it was louder than ever before, and it sounded as if it came from the mirror. This time, now he was so close, Tristan recognized the voice. It was his own, speaking out of the mirror with urgency. The hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stood on end as Tristan stared with wide eyes at the mirror. The surface seemed to shimmer like a small pond, reflecting the light of a full moon. Tristan slowly moved closer, unblinking as he climbed onto the stone platform and stepped in front of the mirror. When he looked at his reflection, Tristan gasped. Where his reflection should have been, there was instead a strange yet familiar face. The old man from the office, who had encouraged Tristan on this adventure, stood in the mirror, looking out at Tristan with a hard and hungry gaze. "Hey, young blood, you found me," the old man said with a grin. He spoke with Tristan's voice. "What? How?" Tristan stammered. What's happening?" Tristan suddenly felt an ice-cold sensation grip his chest. He gasped from the shock of it and clutched a hand to his heart as he stumbled, almost falling to his knees. Glancing up, he saw the old man in the mirror begin to change. His white hair began to fill with color, becoming light brown and thick. The wrinkles on his face began to fade, and his skin became smooth. Tristan looked down at his hands, and his breath caught in his throat. His skin was shriveling before his eyes, the color draining fast, his fingers curling like brittle twigs. His veins pressed against thin and papery skin, his hands weak and trembling. "Help!" Tristan croaked, looking up at the old man in the mirror. But the old man didn't look old anymore. As Tristan stared, finally falling to his knees as his legs suddenly became too frail, he saw that the old man had become more youthful in only moments, becoming decades younger. What truly horrified Tristan, though, was the old man's new youthful face. It was his own. Tristan reached up and touched his face with trembling fingers. He felt his cheeks had hollowed out, and the skin around his neck and jawline seemed to hang loose from his bones. "Sorry, young blood," the man in the mirror said with Tristan's voice, now wearing Tristan's face. "You should have looked for yourself. The road not taken, am I right?" Tristan felt a sudden invisible force begin to pull him towards the mirror. He screamed and clawed at the stone platform beneath him, trying desperately to find something to grab hold of. Tristan felt himself being dragged towards the mirror, and he screamed even louder, his eyes bulging out of his suddenly ancient face. He tried to crawl away, but the invisible force was too strong, and his now aged body too weak. Looking back, Tristan stared in horror as his feet touched the mirror, but instead of hitting glass, they simply vanished inside, as if he had sunk his feet into a dark ocean. Screaming even louder, Tristan thrashed and tried to pull himself free. He desperately tried to grab hold of something, He dug his fingers into any crack in the stones he could find. His fingernails snapped off as he was dragged with irresistible force, leaving thin trails of blood on the stone as he continued to claw for help. The man in the mirror, who now looked exactly like Tristan had, watched as Tristan slowly sank into the mirror. Tristan screamed the whole while, thrashing and clawing at the ground as first he sank into the mirror up to his knees, then his waist. Tristan still screamed and flailed when he was in up to his chest. Finally, the screaming stopped as Tristan's head vanished into the mirror, though one hand still protruded through the mirror, bloody and frail, searching wildly for something to grab onto, until even that had gone. Once the labyrinth's courtyard was silent once more, the man who had taken Tristan's visage pressed his hands on his side of the mirror and pushed, emerging easily from the mirror and stepping out into the cool air. He turned around and looked back into the mirror, admiring his reflection. With a smirk, the man smoothed out his new hair. He then looked down at the ground and saw the ancient map. With a grin, the man reached down and picked it up and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Then he turned and walked away, whistling casually as he vanished into the darkness. The enchanted reflection. The boutique hummed with the frenetic energy of post-Christmas sales. Shoppers jostled for space, arms laden with discounted luxury goods, their voices blending into a discordant symphony of complaints and excitement. Sarah Jensen stood behind the counter, her forced smile threatening to crack under the weight of another 12-hour shift. Her reflection in the glass display case stared back at her, a pale, tired face framed by hair that refused to cooperate, despite the expensive products she used. "Miss, excuse me, miss." A sharp voice cut through the din. Sarah turned to see a woman, her arms stacked with silk scarves, glaring at her. "Yes, ma'am. How can I help you?" she replied, her voice coated in faux cheer. "These are marked as 40% off, but they're ringing up wrong," the woman snapped. Sarah bit her tongue and nodded, mechanically punching the register. The scarf woman wasn't the first difficult customer of the day, and she wouldn't be the last. As she resolved the issue, Sarah's gaze flicked to the far end of the boutique. A figure lingered by the antique mirror display. A woman draped in a long coat, her dark hair veiling her face. She seemed out of place among the boutique's usual clientele. Her movements were deliberate, almost hypnotic, as she traced her gloved fingers along the edge of a large gilded mirror. "Miss Jensen!" The scarf woman's irritated bark snapped Sarah back to reality. She completed the transaction, apologized for the inconvenience, and handed over the neatly bagged scarves. When she looked back, the mysterious woman was gone. In her place, on the counter near the register, sat a package wrapped in shimmering silver paper. Sarah frowned. "Did someone leave this here?" She called to her co-worker, Heather, who was restocking handbags. Heather glanced over, shrugged, and returned to her task. Curiosity got the better of her. She picked up the package and turned it over. Her name was scrawled across the silver wrapping in elegant script. Sarah Jensen. Her breath caught. "What the? Secret admirer?" Heather teased, smirking. Sarah flushed. "No idea." She hesitated, then carefully peeled back the paper. Inside was a wooden box with delicate carvings. She unlatched it, revealing an antique hand mirror nestled in velvet. It was breathtaking. The silver filigree frame was adorned with tiny, intricate designs, flowers, vines, and what appeared to be a pair of eyes etched at the top. The glass was oddly pristine, almost luminous. A shiver ran down her spine as she gazed at it. The shop's fluorescent lights dimmed for a brief moment, flickering just enough to make her look around uneasily. "Spooky," Heather said, her tone light, but her eyes wary. "You gonna keep it?" Sarah's fingers lingered on the mirror's handle. She wanted to say no, to put it back in the box and leave it there, but something about it called to her. "Yeah," she said softly. "It's beautiful." Heather shrugged and returned to the handbags. Sarah slipped the mirror back into its box and placed it in her bag. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of customers and complaints, but Sarah couldn't shake the image of the woman at the mirror display. As she locked up for the night, she glanced over her shoulder one last time. The boutique was empty, save for the faintest impression of a handprint on the glass of the largest mirror. Sarah settled into her apartment, a modest one-bedroom filled with mismatched furniture and an air of functional neglect. The antique mirror sat on her coffee table, its polished silver glinting under the dim light of a single lamp. Her cat, Milo, circled the mirror, sniffing at the velvet-lined box before retreating to his perch by the window. "You don't like it either, huh?" Sarah murmured, pulling her blanket tighter around her shoulders. She couldn't explain why she had brought it home. Something about the mirror tugged at her, a mix of unease and fascination. She reached out hesitantly and lifted it, her fingers tracing the intricate designs along the handle. When she finally looked into it, her breath hitched. The face staring back wasn't hers, or at least, it wasn't the face she was used to. Her reflection was flawless. Her skin glowed with a porcelain smoothness that seemed almost too perfect. Her lips were fuller, her eyes brighter and more alive. Even her hair fell in soft, elegant waves, like something out of an advertisement. She touched her cheek, half expecting to feel the warmth and suppleness of the reflection, but her fingers met the usual uneven texture. Her reflection smiled faintly, though she had not. Her stomach twisted. She set the mirror down quickly and rubbed her eyes. "Long day. I'm losing it," she muttered, but curiosity gnawed at her. She picked it up again. The reflection was the same, perfect. Yet as she studied it, she noticed something disconcerting. Her eyes, they weren't quite right. Behind the radiance lay a coldness, an almost predatory gleam. She tried looking away, but her gaze kept returning to the glass. A soft knock at the door jolted her, breaking the spell. She set the mirror down and crossed the room, peering through the peephole. Lisa stood on the other side, her arms laden with a bottle of wine and a bag of takeout. "Thought you might need cheering up," Lisa said as Sarah opened the door. She kicked off her boots and plopped onto the couch. Sarah forced a smile. "You didn't have to do that." Lisa shrugged. "You've been weird lately. Figured you could use some company." As Lisa unpacked their dinner, her eyes landed on the mirror. "What's this?" "Just something someone left at the boutique," Sarah said quickly. "Weird, right?" Lisa picked it up, turning it over in her hands. "It's gorgeous. Antique?" "Probably." Lisa tilted the mirror toward herself and frowned. "This thing's creepy. It's like..." She trailed off, her face tightening. "Like what?" Lisa handed it back hastily. "I don't know. It just gave me the shivers. You should sell it or something." Sarah laughed nervously. "Yeah, maybe." The two settled in, eating and catching up, but Sarah's attention kept straying to the mirror. After Lisa left, she found herself sitting alone with it again, the room unnervingly quiet. She picked it up one last time before bed. The reflection was still her, but the longer she stared, the less she recognized the person in the glass. It wasn't just the perfection. It was the way the image seemed to breathe, to shimmer faintly, as though it were alive. A single word echoed faintly in her mind. More. Startled, she dropped the mirror. It landed with a dull thud, unbroken. Shaking, she turned it face down and left it on the table. But even as she crawled into bed and pulled the covers over her head, the whispered word seemed to linger in the air. The new year arrived quietly. Sarah had spent the evening alone, ignoring calls from Lisa and other friends, unable to shake her preoccupation with the mirror. It remained on her coffee table, face down, but its presence loomed like a living thing. When she finally picked it up again on January 2nd, the reflection stunned her. It wasn't just her idealized self anymore. Her face in the glass had changed subtly, but undeniably. Higher cheekbones, a sharper jawline, and eyes that gleamed with a confidence she had never possessed. The strangest part? When she stepped into her bathroom and looked into the plain, unenchanted mirror above the sink, she saw the same changes. Her real reflection matched the one in the antique glass. She traced the contours of her cheekbones, marveling at their new definition. Her skin was clear, her lips fuller, her hair shinier. It wasn't as exaggerated as the reflection in the antique mirror had been, but it was unmistakable. The compliments began almost immediately. "Did you do something different with your hair?" Heather asked at work. "You're glowing," a regular customer remarked. Even her boss, who usually ignored her, took notice. "Looking sharp, Sarah. Keep it up," he said with a rare smile. At first, she basked in the attention. For the first time in her life, Sarah felt seen, appreciated, envied. She began to carry herself differently, walking with her head high and a sway in her step. Her wardrobe, once utilitarian, shifted to highlight her changing figure. But there were side effects. Her energy waned. Simple tasks left her winded, and dark circles began to form under her eyes, marring her otherwise flawless appearance. No amount of sleep seemed to help. "Are you okay?" Lisa asked one afternoon over coffee. "I'm fine," Sarah said, brushing off the question. "You don't look fine. You look tired and pale." Lisa leaned closer, concern etched into her face. "Seriously, Sarah, have you been to a doctor?" Sarah shook her head. "I don't need to. I'm just busy." Lisa's frown deepened, but she let it drop. At work, Sarah noticed something odd about her coworkers. Heather, who was usually full of energy, appeared drawn and sluggish. Their boss seemed frailer, his usual booming voice reduced to a rasp. Even the regular customers looked subtly diminished, less vibrant, their laughter less frequent. The change was subtle, but once she saw it, she couldn't unsee it. That evening, Sarah sat alone in her apartment, clutching the mirror. She didn't want to look into it, but the compulsion was irresistible. When she finally turned it over, her reflection greeted her with a knowing smile. The face was stunning, almost inhuman in its beauty, but the eyes were wrong. They gleamed with a cruel intelligence, and for the briefest moment, Sarah thought the lips moved, mouthing a single word. "Mine." She gasped and dropped the mirror. As it hit the floor, the room seemed to shudder. Milo hissed and bolted under the couch, his fur bristling. Sarah clutched her chest, her heart hammering against her ribs. When she dared to look at the mirror again, it lay face down, unbroken. In the silence, a faint whisper slithered through the air. More. By mid-January, Sarah's transformation was undeniable. Her appearance had become the very image of the idealized reflection she'd seen in the mirror. She drew stares everywhere she went, admiration from strangers, envy from colleagues. But the cost was becoming impossible to ignore. Lisa had stopped visiting, her once lively face now gaunt and shadowed. The boutique was eerily quiet, its usual hum of activity dulled by the fatigue of the staff and customers alike. Even Milo, her ever-loyal cat, had grown lethargic, curling into tight balls of fur in dark corners, avoiding her entirely. Sarah's own health was deteriorating. Though her face remained flawless, her body felt like it was withering. A deep, bone-weary exhaustion gripped her, making it hard to even climb the stairs to her apartment. That night, Lisa showed up unannounced, her face pale and her eyes sunken. "We need to talk," Lisa said, pushing past Sarah into the living room. She froze when she spotted the mirror on the coffee table. "Sarah," Lisa began, her voice trembling, "something's wrong. I've been feeling sick ever since you got that thing." Sarah's stomach twisted. "It's just a mirror." "No, it's not." Lisa grabbed her by the wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. "Do you even hear yourself? You look like a goddess, but you're barely standing. Everyone around you is falling apart. Look at Milo." Sarah turned to her cat, curled motionless in the corner. Panic gripped her. She picked him up, his tiny frame alarmingly light. Lisa gestured to the mirror. "It's that thing. You need to get rid of it." Tears stung Sarah's eyes. "You don't understand. I can't. It's..." Her voice broke. "It's killing you," Lisa said, her tone firm. "And it's hurting everyone else too." For the first time, Sarah truly looked at the mirror, not at her reflection, but at the object itself. The silver filigree seemed darker, tarnished, and the glass shimmered faintly, almost as if it were breathing. She grabbed the mirror and hurled it to the floor with all her strength. The glass shattered, shards scattering across the room. For a moment, everything was still. Then a low, resonant hum filled the air. The shards began to melt, pooling into a dark, inky substance that snaked across the floor like living shadows. Lisa screamed, stumbling backward as the tendrils slithered toward her. Sarah stood frozen, watching in horror as the shadows swirled and coalesced into a humanoid shape. Its form was amorphous, shifting, its surface shimmering like the mirror's glass. Eyes, cold, piercing, and impossibly ancient, locked onto hers. "You broke the mirror," the entity said, its voice a chilling symphony of whispers. "The gift is not undone, but unleashed." Sarah's legs gave out, and she crumpled to the floor. "Please, I didn't know." The entity loomed closer, its voice like frost against her skin. "Desire is a binding contract you took without thought, and now the cost is yours to bear." Lisa tried to pull Sarah away, but the shadows lashed out, pinning her against the wall. "You will watch," the entity hissed. Sarah's reflection materialized in the dark surface of the creature's form, twisted and grotesque. As she stared, her body began to change. The radiant beauty she had cherished dissolved like smoke, leaving behind a visage that was hollow, gaunt, and lifeless. Her skin sagged, her eyes dulled, and her hair fell in brittle clumps around her. The creature's shadowy form melted into the walls, the room falling silent once more. Lisa rushed to Sarah's side, her hands trembling as she touched her friend's shoulder. "Sarah." Sarah turned to her, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." Lisa held her tightly, but her expression was one of horror. The next morning, Sarah was gone. Lisa found only a note on the table, scrawled in shaky handwriting. "I can't undo what I've done. The mirror will find another. Please forgive me." The shards of the mirror were gone, as though they had never existed. Miles away, in the display window of a quaint antique shop, an elegant hand mirror sat on a velvet cushion, its silver filigree gleaming and its glass pristine. A small tag hung from the handle, reading, "Beauty beyond compare, $150, scratchy." Hold on, the line went a bit scratchy. "Sandy? You're still there?" "Hi, Sandy. As I was saying, I think we have rats in the house. The night before last we were in bed and some god-awful noise woke me up. And no, it wasn't Ian snoring. You do grow accustomed to such things over 50 years of marriage, believe it or not. No, it was a scratching sound coming from the skirting behind the headboard. So I give Ian a good shove. No luck there. The man would have slept through Pompeii without so much as a twitch, let me tell you. Although, I don't imagine he can be sleeping all that well. That rash is back. I told you about his rash, didn't I? I keep telling him, stop scratching it. But will he listen? Anyway, at first I thought it was the pipes, you know. I swear the water system in this house hasn't been replaced since the Romans. I've told Ian, told him 1,000 times. Ian, I say, we have to get the pipes fixed. One of these days they'll burst, and it'll be me. You and the cats floating around the house on the bloody sofa like it's Noah's Ark. So I get off the bed, and I stoop to listen, and immediately I can tell it isn't the pipes at all. It's quite distinct. The sound of rummaging against the wood like little claws, burrowing. Rats do have claws, don't they? And the thing is, last night I heard the same sound, but this time it was coming from behind the cabinet. You know, the big one. The one with Ian's old tennis trophies. And I didn't even bother trying to wake the lug up this time. No, I jump out of bed, and I pull out the cabinet, and lo and behold, droppings all over the carpet. Not only that, but the same irritating sound started at the other end of the room by the bed again, and not 10 minutes later, in the wall by the phone right where I'm sitting now. Oh, I do hope they aren't chewing through the telephone wires. Aren't telephone wires rat-resistant? I'd hate it if I couldn't talk to you, Sandy. Could that be why the line is scratchy? Speaking of scratchy, I woke up this morning and my scalp was itching all over. Good job Ian's asleep because I've been telling him not to scratch, and here I am scratching so hard my hair's falling out like it's bloody Chernobyl. I wonder if the cats have fleas, but they've never had them before. Oh, I'm so stupid. Of course, it must be the rats carrying the fleas. There are at least 10 of them now, all rummaging around, picking at the plaster, the persistent little buggers. I swear if Ian wasn't here and they all broke through at once, I'd have to call the police. For the life of me, I wouldn't know what the hell to do. I've cleaned the bedroom though, and, oh, by the way, I bought some of those new metal scourers, you know the ones? Everyone said how good they are. I've been all around the tops and the skirting boards with them, one in each hand like a bloody Dalek. Exterminate! Exterminate! They do the job, though. My goodness, the bedroom has never been so spotless. You simply must try them. Sandy, you don't think they'd work on fleas, do you? I'm starting to feel them on my arms and legs as well as in my hair. I hope they don't aggravate Ian's rash. It's already spread up his neck and over his face. I'm looking at him now, the poor little bugger. He hasn't scratched in a while, though, bless his soul. A fighter, aren't you, Ian? Ian! He could sleep through Hiroshima and Nagasaki? That man could. Hold on. Goodness, can you hear that? There must be 20 of them now. How do they multiply so quickly? Go away. I don't have any cheese. My husband can't eat cheese. The willful little buggers. Any more, and they'll have the telephone wires, I'm sure of it. If the line goes dead, I'm sorry, love. I'll pop in that phone booth near the pharmacy on Wednesday when I go to get Ian's prescriptions. He's on so many pills now, he rattles when he walks. Not that he walks much. The lug. Let's go for a walk, Ian, I say. But will he listen? Let's get you out of the house, Ian. It'll be good for you. No luck there, Sandy. Let me tell you. Oh, speaking of luck, did you manage to get hold of that exterminator that Ian recommended? You didn't? Ian. Sandy says the telephone number we gave her for the exterminator is disconnected. It's a bloody shame, Sandy. So, I guess the rats are still there, scratching, burrowing into the woodwork, crawling all around the walls, are they? I bet you can't even sleep of a night, can you? Poor thing. How awfully cruel. How many did you say? 50 now? Jesus, they're multiplying. That's practically the Black Death. What does your husband have to say about all this, Sandy? Surely he... Hang on a second, love. Don't go anywhere. Oh, those new metal scourers do work on fleas. Ooh, that's the ticket. I must call the cats in. They'll be right as rain in no time. Dalek, exterminate. Sandy, you're still there? Your husband must have something to say about all this. Ian, the rats are going to get through and Sandy doesn't know what the hell to do. Ian, wake up, Ian. I'm so sorry, Sandy. The rash has spread all over, bless his soul. Sandy, hello? Hello? Oh no, the line's gone all scratchy. They must have got to the telephone wires. You hear that, Ian? I said they must have got to the telephone wires. Ian, I love you, darling. But goodness, you could sleep through hell itself, you could. Bloody lug. Who sleeps 3 days and 3 nights without so much as a twitch? I know what you need. How about a record? Okay, what do we have here? Aha. Glenn Miller. Perfect. Isn't it scratchy compared to the newer ones? But all the best ones are scratchy, aren't they? Look, darling, I'm dancing. La la, la la la. Can you see me dancing just like I used to? Look at me go. I'm 19 again. Oh, don't mind all the blood. It's only flea's blood. I'll clean it off later with my new scourers. Why don't you get up and dance with me? La la, la la la. Come on, Ian. Ian, wake up. Please wake up. Please wake up. They'll scratch their way in, Ian. They'll get through the walls if you don't wake up. Rachel's Tower, Rachel's Tower. It's hard to imagine that we were all so young once, and how the world stretched out before us with seemingly endless possibilities. My friends and I managed to rent an old house in the now famous wine destination town of Napa, California, in the early 1970s. The town wasn't as famous then as it is now. The house was huge and out of place in the poor neighborhood of small, closely packed dwellings. 2 40-foot date palm trees perfectly framed the front of the house as well as the spacious covered porch on which we would often sit. The house itself was 2 stories high, wood, shingled, had lots of windows, and a large number of small bedrooms upstairs. The house had been there a long time. There were rumors it had once been a house of ill repute sometime in the distant past, but no proof. The truth was that no one really knew why there were so many bedrooms, but it was great for us because the more people the house could accommodate, the cheaper the individual rent. A 3-story wood, shingled tower graced the backyard. At the top of the tower was a room that had 4 windows facing each direction. The structure could have been a windmill or pump house at one time, but the blades were long gone, and no one knew what it was currently used for as the landlords had the door padlocked. Many wondered what was in the tower. Sometimes people thought they saw someone in one of the windows at the top, but it was mostly when they were in altered states of mind, which was fairly often due to the frequent parties. So, the sightings weren't taken that seriously. And besides, the only access to the tower was a single door, which was locked from the outside. No one at the house had the key, and the landlords rarely came by since we always managed to pay the rent on time. During the year we managed to stay there before being evicted, there were some epic parties thrown. It was at one of these parties, about 2 months into our stay, that I first met Rachel. My initial encounter with her was undoubtedly influenced by the effects of beer and some killer weed I had just smoked, but nonetheless, she made a powerful impression on me. The first thing I noticed about her was her long, dark, curly hair, which stood in contrast to her almost porcelain skin. However, as she got closer, it was her unusual bluish-green eyes, which seemed to be her most dominant feature. I suddenly felt lost in some type of mental fog, as my whole world seemed to narrow down to the vision of her in front of me. Time came to a stop. I must have been staring at her for some time when a musical voice broke through my stoned stupor. "Charlie, you seem like you are in some kind of trance, or is it just good weed?" She laughed. I was shocked out of my reverie and snapped back to the reality of the party going on around me. On her face was an amused smile, but I still didn't know who she was. "Sorry for staring. You're right. It was powerful smoke." I chuckle. "Forgive me, but I don't think I know you. How do you know me?" "Oh, Charlie, everyone knows your name around here. You're quite the legend." "I am," was the only thing my drug-dulled mind could think of to say. I was kicking myself internally. "Of course you are. It seems your nicknames include Captain Cosmic and Space Cowboy based on your love of getting stoned and then talking about strange and unusual topics. Isn't that right, Charlie?" She teases me. She's right about that, but I still didn't know who she was and have never seen her before. "Well, mystery woman, you do know a few things about me, but I still don't know you or your name. Are you new to town or do you know someone here?" "Oh, I'm Rachel. And no, I'm not new to town. In fact, I've been here for a long, long time, longer than you can imagine, and I've got some stories to tell." I'm fascinated by this woman and don't know why, but I want to know more. "Rachel, I'm all ears. Let's grab a beer and find a quieter spot to talk." "Well, I picked you out of everyone here because of your reputation for liking the unusual. I hope you're ready for what I have to say, because I do believe in honesty, and I'm certainly out of the ordinary." She smiles. I assured her that I could handle whatever she wanted to say, even though I was already starting to wonder what I had gotten myself into. So, we find a spot in the backyard, by the tower, where it is quieter, since the main party is in the house. She turns down the beer I offered, but tells me the strangest story I had ever heard. I still have trouble wrapping my mind around it. Rachel started off by telling me she is a ghost, and I can't help but laugh. This had to be the most unusual woman I've ever met in my still young life. When my laughter calmed down, she smiled and continued. It seemed like other ghost stories I had heard before. Her large family were the first occupants of the house a little over 100 years ago, and she had died on the property and now found herself bound to it. I'm wondering if this is all she has, so I asked her the obvious question about why she is so solid if indeed she is a ghost. She told me that over the years, with a great deal of practice, she had learned how to project a shell, a manifestation, of herself. This I also found a little amusing, until she asked me to feel her pulse. I find nothing in the wrist or neck, and her body, although not cold, is cooler than one would expect. My amusement was dying quickly, and suddenly, I started to feel some real fear. She saw it and held my hand while telling me she meant me no harm. She said she picked me to tell not only because I might be the most open to who she was, but also because she really liked me. It seemed that she could only maintain her projection for a limited time, and spent most of her existence in the spectral state people typically associate with ghosts. Therefore, she had observed a great deal about all who lived at the house, while being unseen herself. It seemed Rachel had concentrated her observations on me. She asked me if I needed, or could handle, proof positive of who she was. I wasn't sure, but with more reassurance from her, I agreed. So while still holding one of my hands, she smiled and slowly faded into nothingness. My heart rate jumped, and even though I thought I could handle it, the reality proved more difficult than imagined. The shell of what I had considered possible or impossible was suddenly ripped away. There was nothing where her hand had touched mine. Luckily, she reappeared very quickly and hugged me as I slowly calmed down with her seemingly solid body holding mine. When I had recovered and felt more myself, we continued to talk. I got a real feel for the loneliness and isolation she felt being stranded on the property perhaps forever. She didn't know or understand why her spirit couldn't leave. Rachel had only recently been able to perfect her manifestation enough to pass as a living human being. She finally felt it safe to appear at one of our parties where it would be easy to just blend in without a lot of questions. For her, it felt amazing to finally be able to interact with people after so many years of being invisible to the world. Evidently, she knew a lot about all who lived in the house or visited on a regular basis. Rachel knew more about me than anyone else because she said she liked me from when I first stepped over the threshold of the house. The tower was her special place to be. At the top, she could look out and see what was going on at some distance from the house in all directions. It was the closest she could come to escaping the property and pretending she was part of the wider world. The fact that the landlords kept the door padlocked to prevent injury and liability guaranteed her privacy in the top room. After our first meeting, we would meet on a daily basis for as long as she could maintain her solid form, which would be a few hours at most. Rachel and I collaborated on a cover story to explain who she was, where she came from, what she did, and to answer any other questions that might be asked about her. Luckily, most of those who lived or partied in the house accepted her for who she appeared to be. She quickly became part of the culture of the house, and eventually, most considered her my girlfriend. As time went on, my feelings for her became more and more intense. Unbelievable, I was actually falling in love with a ghost. I tried to bring the outside world to her as much as I could with books, newspapers, music, pictures, and any other thing I could do. One time, I arranged for a beach party in the backyard on a warm summer day. I brought in some sand, beach chairs, large umbrellas, beach balls, and even a recording of waves crashing. We set up a volleyball court and a small above-ground plastic pool filled with cold water. People wore their swimsuits and we played beach volleyball, sat around in the small pool, and played surf music to enhance the mood. Rachel loved it and stayed as long as she could maintain her form. "Thanks, Charlie. This is great. It gives me just enough to imagine I'm at the beach again." She hugs me, and I almost feel she is really alive. "Well, you do look awfully hot in that bikini I got you. Not like a ghost at all. You know, just the thing to say to make a spook feel sexy." She teased and kissed me. My friends and roommates came to accept her, as one of us, and she reveled in it. She seemed to have fallen as much in love with me as I had with her. Our intimacy was limited because of her situation, but that didn't seem to matter that much to either of us. There was something much deeper going on. It was so strange and surreal that I was the only one who knew what she really was, and I couldn't tell anyone else. Of course, all good things come to an end sooner or later. Given the way we partied and the previous warnings we had from our landlord and police, it was just a matter of time before we were kicked out of the house. Rachel and I knew it would happen, and we tried to get in as many good times and memories in before it did. Obviously, we were both very sad about parting, and our last day together was full of tears. We tried to formulate plans to meet up periodically after the eviction. The difficulty was, she couldn't leave the property, which would now be rented by others, and I couldn't come on the property without trespassing. After being evicted, I would walk by the property on pre-arranged days on the front sidewalk. If possible, and no one was looking, Rachel would appear as close to the sidewalk as she could, and we would talk. If we could get close enough to each other, we could kiss or hold hands for a short time. We did this for years, whenever it could safely be arranged. I got on with my life, went to college, married, got a teaching job, had children, and grew old. During this time, I still would meet her when I could. I was growing older and older, yet she remained eternally young. Several times I found excuses to walk my wife or kids by the house so Rachel could see them. She was never jealous and understood that there were things she couldn't give me, and I had to live my life. Rachel was always glad for me, while I secretly felt bad for her. She was bound to the property for eternity and denied any type of real life. As my life became more crowded and complicated due to work and other concerns, I visited less and less, but never stopped entirely. Eventually, my kids left the house, got married, and had jobs in other places. I saw them less and less, and phone calls or internet were not the same. My wife died, my health took a turn, and my time was limited. I became the old man I never thought I would become. Now, it is late night, and I have secretly arrived onto the property. I am sitting against the tower, and Rachel is by my side, holding my hand. I reach for the pills that will release me and swallow them down. Leaning my head against Rachel, I wait and hope the property will accept me.